Well, we're
Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delakia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Sade Fashokun. Sade Fashokun. Aaron Johnson. Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:16, everybody. And with the quorum of the board present, I will call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We have got a robust agenda this evening, but we are going to start off with a favorite part. We'll have our student lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance that's coming up. Now, before he begins and before we stand, let me tell you a little bit about this amazing student that's doing our pledge this evening. Cadet Master Sergeant Dylan Swanson is the son of Shane and Arena Swanson. Dylan is a sophomore at Leander High School, where he is in the Cadet Corps of Superintendent in charge of flight competitions and community service events in the Air Force Junior ROTC program. Dylan is also the commander of the physical training competition. Dylan is a member of many programs in and out of school, such as wrestling and jiu-jitsu. After graduation, he plans to major in aerospace engineering at the U.S. Naval Academy and then pursue a career in aviation. Will the audience please join me this evening as Cadet Dylan Swanson leads us in our pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Face the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right, so we will continue with the theme of hearing from our amazing student information as we hear from us. I don't know if we have students here, so I don't know if I should be shouting out yet. Do we have students here? Oh, yay. Okay, so then yes, we have students. We'll go to our recognition where we do our spotlight on learning, and we hear from our amazing students, Larkspur Elementary.
All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Gearing. Thank you so much for having us. We are so excited to be here tonight and share a little bit about Larkspur with you. We are halfway through a super third uneventful year at Larkspur, opening with our EPIC vision, and EPIC stands for Excellence, Problem Solving, Innovation, and Collaboration. And so we are excited to share a little bit more about 0 Hour. I know that Sade and Tris got to come out and visit 0 Hour, and you might have seen it on our spotlight also, but we're going to have some kids and some staff tell you a little bit about it. So here is Miss Johnson, one of our assistant soups. That's what your new job is. Did you know that? Assistant principals. So here you go.
Great, such an honor to be here tonight. So when we were in our planning phases for 0 Hour, we were striving to accomplish two things. One was to increase teacher planning time, but then also we wanted to incorporate student choice. And so our collaboration began with our amazing specials teachers They helped us to imagineer the options we might provide for our student outside of our regular school schedule. We also engaged in the Continuous Improvement Institute with many of you here actually on the board, and we focused our work around 0 hour. We believe that the student experience starts the moment our kids step foot on campus, and our aim is to craft experiences that captures their hearts, develops their passions, and has them running to school each and every day. So to talk a little bit about 0 hour, I have Novak, a wonderful second grader. He's gonna share the experience that our kids, the choices that our students have, kindergarten through 5th grade, and something that he likes about 0 hour. Okay, you ready?
The options we have for 0 hour are the gym, going outside, activities in the neighborhoods, stations in art, music, and dance, in performing arts, and many more options in library. I like going outside during 0 hour because I get to play sports with my friends. I like getting to run around before school starts, so I'm ready to learn. It helps me want to come to school even though I don't want to.
Good job, Novak. We appreciate your kind words and just speaking from the heart. We also have with us our amazing visual arts teacher. She's fantastic, and she's going to talk a little bit about the impact of 0 hour for her.
Hi, my name's Kelly Bruce, and one of the things I would like to express about 0 hour is it's a great way from my perspective and in the art room for kids to come in and experience art in an open studio format. By that I mean there are various activities going on at one time, and we can have anywhere from 27 to 57 kids at a time, but it's all safe, controlled chaos. So with that, you may have some kids dropping in 15-minute intervals, whether it's just to produce a drawing, maybe work on a piece of origami or some type of sculpture, or you may have kids that will come every day and work on one consistent thing all week. So it's really nice to see kids be able to organize or plan a project without some expected outcome from a teacher or some exact artists to duplicate or try to emulate. So one of the surprise benefits, though, has been these 5th graders that are coming in and supporting teachers in the classroom as well as the students, whether they're peers or younger students. And the way they have stepped up and donated their time and talent and energy to support 0 hour from 7:20 to 8 o'clock is amazing. One of the students is Gracelyn Woods, and she is absolutely outstanding. She arrives at school 5 minutes before the bell daily to help me in the art room, and she is absolutely outstanding. So I'd like to hand this over to Gracelyn so that she can tell you a little bit about what she does in 0 hour, what it means to her.
I like to insist during 0 hour because I like to help the other kids and Miss Bruce. It has helped me become more confident and organized and prepare the class each morning. I love to talk with the kids and help them.
She deserves that round of applause. She works hard daily. I'm going to hand it to Mr. Blackman now, our assistant principal.
Excellent. So another impact that 0 hour has had on our campus has been the impact of our social emotional learning. So when debriefing with teachers, we have found out that having that morning time to engage with our friends or activities within the building or getting our energy outside, first thing in the morning has created an environment for most to come into class ready to learn and ready to be engaged. Also during this time, Ms. Montano, Ms. Johnson, and myself, we utilize this time also to be proactive with our students for that social emotional time, with going in and checking on some of our friends to make sure all our regulation is there and just to make sure that our students are ready to have the best day possible. And we also utilize this time to check in with our teachers as well to get a pulse on them, just to make their day the best that we can. Another exciting part that we also implemented what we call reverse inclusion during this time in our low incidence disabilities classroom. Through this reverse inclusion model, students are able to sign up in the classroom to come partner and learn with our friends in this classroom. We are striving for the inclusivity with all of our students here at Larkspur. And here with me, I have Miss Martini, and then we have Mr. Samuel, and they are going to talk more about this.
So our reverse inclusion program during 0 hour has been a success. Lightning leaders have the option to come into 3 low incidence classrooms to build relationships that often last throughout their entire school career. Each room has different activities. One room has board games, one room has crafts, one room has STEM bins, so the lightning leaders can rotate among the lid classrooms. So Samuel is here, and he's going to talk about why he enjoys 0 hour. So Samuel, why do you like 0 hour?
I like 0 hour because my friends come visit me in my classroom. I love 0 hour with my friends. After breakfast, we are play with STEM bins. My favorite STEM bin is magnet tiles. I like building things like towers and boats. I hope we continue 0 hour.
Thank you very much for letting us share a little bit about this time in the morning. Anyone is more than welcome to come. We might have you run a station if you're able to come on out. But thanks for taking the time to let us come and share our journey with 0 hour. And we hope to continue to evolve and check and change as we continue to add students and our staff continue to just give us great ideas. So again, thank you for your time. You'll have a great evening.
Students, thank you so much. Y'all starting off our meeting is excellent. And Larkspur, we loved your 0 hour. I remember Sade and I just feeling the energy in that building while we were there. So it was a great campus to go visit at that time. All right, with that, we'll move on to our communication announcements. Do we have any superintendent remarks?
Just one, as you know, January is Board Recognition Month, and so we want to just say thank you to all of you for everything that you do. We're going to more formally recognize you at the next meeting, but we put up some little signs for you, and Mitchie and Lou got you bundt cakes, and so we just want to say thank you and give you that little preview celebration before we do that officially next time, so thank you.
Tremendous. Thank you, Dr. Gehring and Mitchie and Lou for our little cakes and our signs. Very sweet. All right. Are there any board member remarks or updates on committees that you guys serve on?
Yeah, so I went to, I visited Leander High School for their IB, the International Baccalaureate Diploma ceremony. And I got to speak to a few of the graduates. And one of them told me that his experience there at Leander High School more than prepared him for the rigors, or the rigors of the IB program more than prepared him for college, to the point where it's pretty much underwhelming in college because it's not as rigorous as it was in the IB program. And Mr. Doctor had said he would like to see more students come through the program. He had mentioned something about a 50% dropout from the people who start versus the people who finish it. And it might be nice to have a middle years program. And so that way there could be more kids exposed to it even before high school and would know that they really want to do this. So it was, I thought it was a really good visit, and it would be nice to have people know more about it and experience it.
I have 2 updates. The legislative committee met this week. It's been a long week. And we are getting ready for our legislative priorities. Just so y'all know, we have a TASB grassroots meeting on Wednesday, and pretty excited for us to advocate and for public education there. Second is Leaf Night. Right before the Leaf Gala on January 28th, get your tickets to see the Texas Stars versus Laval Rocket. I don't just go. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great game. And you know, like I said, get to support Leaf and have a good time right before the gala. So.
Dr. Gearing, in your recent interactions with officials from Williamson County related to the CARES funds or the release of the CARES funds to the district, I believe you made certain commitments to Williamson County. I believe those commitments are due to be completed by the end of April. And one of those commitments included a presentation to the board related to instructional materials. As I looked at forthcoming agendas, I didn't see that presentation on an agenda yet. So I wondered if you could comment on when you anticipate bringing that presentation to the board. And if I may, I would like to request either at that presentation or at a separate presentation, in a separate presentation to the board, that the board receive materials on 3 topics. The first is what I called a full and final report of the outcomes from the CCAC review cycles that we started last year. The second is a report on the instructional materials selection process for new titles for this year. And the third is a status report on the district's progress reviewing the existing instructional materials that were referenced in the carve-out we made when we adopted the updates to EF Local. Does that all make sense?
So before Dr. Gearing answers, because I don't want to get on too much of an agenda item, we do have legal tonight in closed. That will bring us back kind of an update. Let's see how legal informs us, and then we can go from there as far as determine as a board what next steps are, would be my suggestion.
I have no idea what you have planned in that communication, but I think my request stands on its own. I'm happy to understand more about what may be communicated in closed, but I don't think it changes in any way this request.
I don't know. We'll have to get to close and get to that discussion, and we'll move forward from there. All right.
I was just giving board member updates. And so my update, there was a principal today that posted something on social media. It was Principal Maples, just about thanking our educators and how important that is right now in this time. Like, and she didn't even say educators, she said just thanking people around us for their contributions and appreciating. And I think our educators, and when I say educators, I'm not just talking about teachers, I'm talking about bus drivers and CNS workers and our custodians and everyone doing the work to make sure our students are educated. Just how impactful it is to just reach out and just give a thank you. And so I took her advice and I reached out to some folks, and they were like, not only did you make my day, you made my week, you made my month. And I know so many times we're having conversations and we're talking about, oh my gosh, this amazing teacher did this or that. And a lot of times we don't let them know, or, you know, when we hear students telling us stories. And so I just thought it was important that when we have those conversations and we hear stories from students, making sure that we're sharing those with the educators that are making that impact.
All right, board members, to follow up on Anna's legislative committee statement, I did enjoy being part of that committee. Thank y'all so much for meeting quickly. We did discuss, and I just wanted to add to the pieces, we talked about legislative priorities for our district, how we're going to do outreach to our lawmakers. We focused on items that we can focus on when we meet in various advocacy groups. Trustees, we serve individually in different groups, and we serve as a district sometimes in different groups. And so having a consistent message and knowing what advocacy outreach we need helps our students perform better, to get the things that they need so they can perform better. We do have the grassroots meeting coming up. We also have CTSBA. And the Legislative Advocacy Committee discussed some of the groups, the various groups we can meet in, how we leverage our voices to help best advocate for our students. We also discussed items that we looked at last time, like local control. and bringing that before the board, and how we can start advocating and messaging. Items on our list last time might need further attention, like student data privacy, full day funding for pre-K, and we discussed the workforce and our vital advocacy role the Leander ISD trustees and the district can provide as we look at what we need to advocate for in our workforce. And when I say workforce, you know, we've had these discussions. It's from superintendent, staff, district staff, teachers, CNS workers, bus transportation, nurses, counselors. Let me just go ahead and say our one LISD life changers, right? Because that helps us put that on there. The other events are continuous education opportunities. Raise Your Hand Texas is talking about advocacy, and y'all have seen updates on that from them, and those conversations continue on measuring what matters. Then the Education Weekly webinar also met on what matters to job seekers in K through 12. And CTSBA also met, oh my goodness, last night. It feels like months ago. But they met last night to also talk about workforce needs. I'd like to thank Anna for being part of those CTSBA conversations. And I can say that what stuck out to me in all of this is the need for continued innovative thought for workforce solutions across the board of our life changers. Finally, housekeepings. Did you reach out to Corey? Or if not, please reach out to Corey and fill out the survey regarding our governance team response and Let's Talk. So remember, we have a standard form that we send out to people when they write into Let's Talk. Do we want to change that? If so, how? Let Corey know. Either you can just reach out to him, email, or survey. Also, an update on the where did that accent come from? On an item we pushed pause on. Remember, we were going to do a policy review. Well, we're going to try to get that underway. It's going to be a large undertaking, and I'd like to thank Dr. Gehring for his commitment to this process. During this time, over the next, what might be several months, if there's any questions that come up as board members on what is board role in here, board vision, or what can we change, or what do we need to do, reach out to Holly as well, Holly Wardell, and she can help you with language or where board role is or in what part, because we all know there's legal, that comes from the state, you can't change that kind of language. There are administration regulations, that's the handbook, that's not where board works, but in our local policy updates, that's where you get board vision. Y'all all know this, so thank y'all for humoring me as I just kind of specified that, because as we go through the conversation, I know it's going to get tricky, but I'm so thankful for all of y'all being willing to dive off and get there. The other thing is board members, you'll notice the very first item we're going to vote on this evening will be consider approval of the COVID additional leave for staff. I was under the impression, believe the board wanted that to be the very first vote that we take up, and that will be our action item for this evening. If there's nothing else, I'm going to move on to citizen comments. Okay. We are now moving on to the citizen comments portion of our agenda. Please note there are other ways you can communicate with the board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during the meeting to hear from our community. Now, we're going to be restricted in ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting, per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not posted on the agenda. Therefore, please note this format's not going to be a conversation. It can't be a back and forth discussion. So we ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I'll sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We ask that our audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. Each speaker will have up to 1.5 minutes, a minute and a half. And it's my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time. Remember, community, this is not the only way you can interact with your board. We have listening leaders. We did have one last week. We will continue to have this. I'm going to go ahead and call up our first speaker. And remember, when you hear your chime and you see it end, please be on your last word, because audio back there cuts mic at the end of time. And remember to direct your remarks to the board. Without further ado, let's go ahead and hear from speaker one. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. When considering the agenda items tonight, please keep in mind that out of the nearly 143,000 registered voters in LISD, only 14% voted in the last bond election. I don't know why people didn't vote, but I have heard that many registered voters did not realize there was a chance that the bond would not pass. After all, who would vote against their own children? Divisive politicians and political activists come to these meetings each month and perpetrate lies and disinformation about our schools in order to destroy faith in the public school system. They wanted the bond to fail because they wanted our schools to fail. Why would anyone want this? Powerful individuals outside our district are working hard to dismantle the current public school system and replace it with a voucher system. Our tax dollars should not go into the pockets of wealthy investors, itching to tap into the billion-dollar industry of education. When you discuss the agenda items tonight, please consider the needs of the LISD children and staff and renew faith in those who believe in our district and want our schools to succeed. Not these bad faith activists and agitators. A wish for our schools to fail is a wish for our children to fail. Thank you.
All right, speaker number 2.
Hi, my name is Josh, parent from Bryson neighborhood. Again, I want to thank the board for y'all's service to your communities and helping build and extend a great school system. I just wanted to voice my support again this month for in the rezoning exercises, in the changes for the coming year, to accommodate the huge growth, to prioritize net zones and neighborhood schools, as well as keeping the feeder programs as pure as possible, which were in some of the agenda points. Given the growth that you guys are encountering, this is a big challenge, and you have to balance the needs of your students, teachers, and your taxpayers. I'm ready to show up and organize and vote for these priorities, but these are big investments, and I ask that the board truly show voters what it will take to make these things happen. I think most parents want these things. They may not realize what it's going to take to do these, because with your growth, rezoning, some rezoning is almost inevitable. How we do it fairly and in transparent ways, the challenge we have. So I'm ready to try to be involved as a parent, and I want to stay involved in my community. That's another reason why I want to try to keep the neighborhood school there, keep us zoned together, is being more accessible to the school, being able to show up and volunteer more often. These are just some of the intangibles that you get whenever you have neighborhood schools. So, and also last, if we postpone borrowing in future bonds, have we communicated the higher interest rate cost to customers? Sorry.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
I'm a parent in Leander ISD, and I'm reading this on behalf of a teacher who was uncomfortable with the COVID protocols at this meeting and chose the safety of their family and their students this evening. They write, "Voicing a valid concern is not the same thing as attacking, complaining, or whining. Doing so should never come with a fear of retaliation. We have allowed this community to become a place where Moms for Liberty crew feel emboldened to smear us. Those who like to claim Christianity often slander us, dox us, and are even willing to sacrifice us. But we are still here because Leander ISD teachers believe in our student futures. I see our teachers defending our students' right to receive a just and equitable education every day, yet the board has not provided basic safety mitigations or COVID sick leave. Please protect us. Your silence is deafening." So that teacher sounds like she feels pretty unsafe, and unsafe is unacceptable. Please provide our staff with the additional paid leave that they deserve. Our teachers and staff should not feel the need to endanger their students and their coworkers' health in order to earn a paycheck. And teachers, I want you to know that I see you and validate your experience. Teaching is difficult as it is, and teaching in a global pandemic feels impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4. Wait, speaker number 4, we're not going to start your time yet. We need you to hit the button so your microphone turns on and we can hear you. All right,
Okay.
and then we'll start the time when you begin.
Hi, my name is Vamsi. I'm the resident of Bryson neighborhood. Thanks for this opportunity to provide feedback on the rezoning exercise. I'm here to request to consider during the rezoning exercise to keep a neighborhood together. So Bryson neighborhood is in 2 codes right now, and they are in the couple of scenarios in the rezoning exercise. So we are being assigned to a different school. That's what it says. So I request for my house, the current elementary school number 29 is like half a mile, but it's being assigned to Tawin Elementary School. It's just like 4 miles. So we have to drive north that way. So that's my request to consider, like to not rezone houses which are within 2 mile radius of any elementary school. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 5.
Hello, my name is Milad. Thanks for letting me to talk. I'm here to talk about the rezoning that I'm at the Bryson community. Our house is just half a mile from the new school that you build over there, but we have that house is not on the zone. We have to send my son to the Jim Plain Elementary that is farther than that. This is the only thing I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, speaker number 6.
Last year, we saw inflation rise to 7%. In order to keep up with the cost of living, teachers would need a 7% raise. Tonight, the budgetary assumptions you'll discuss offer them 2%. How can we make up the difference? The teacher incentive allotment's a great place to start. It offers substantial supplemental pay for the majority of our teachers. How? By incentivizing national board certification, which would also dramatically help the district with House Bill 4545 requirements. All levels of math and all levels of language arts would be eligible for the highest increases, $8,000 a year or more. Please do not dismiss this opportunity because it is imperfect. Until we have a solution that is perfect, we must utilize the resources we have. I know a teacher, a single mother. She worked her entire life to become a teacher. She still has student loans to prove it. She never expected high pay, but she never expected to be priced out of her home. Every day she loves her work and the students she serves. Her only indulgences are her annual medical exams and whatever she can afford with the holiday gift cards from her students. She is tired and she is scared. Utilizing the teacher incentive allotment on behalf of a master level teacher such as herself would amount to an $8,000 a year raise. Every day that we waste, we disserve her. We have a fiduciary duty to our community and a moral duty to those we employ. It's not a distraction to take care of our house. It's the only way it'll remain standing.
Thank you. Speaker number 7. I think you just did that. Didn't press your microphone and begin speaking.
To refresh your memory, at the last board meeting, I ended my speech with to be continued. More reasons why I voted no on the LIC bond. At Glenn High School, 2 students performed oral sex while a 3rd student filmed the post, then posted it on social media. A teacher at Glen High School allows the use of the N-word in their classroom. The teacher also provides inappropriate material and examples in a poem about looking down a woman's shirt. Students have complained about this teacher about making inappropriate comments towards the cheerleaders. A teacher at Glen High School gave out an assignment to the class to write about whatever they wanted. A student raised their hand and asked if they could write about sex. The teacher said yes. Not only did the student write about sex, they read it out loud to the class. Today, I heard a rumor. A student has been selling pills. in the bathroom at Glenn High School. A student bought some pills off of this student. They took them, and again, rumor, almost died. Firefighters were called, EMT was called. I'd like for this to be looked into as well. A recent former teacher at Glenn High School recently quit. A student called her a terrorist. From my understanding, she's Muslim. A student that was in my home underneath my roof. So this was very inappropriate.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 8.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. 3 weeks ago, Janice Orduna died of COVID. You don't know who she was, but she was a pastor. I used to go to her church. She was my mother's best friend in the world, and my kids knew her since they were born. It was a horrible death. I want to support you. I agree with you on a lot of things. My kids go to Westside and Cedar Park Middle School, and it is a blessing that they can attend such good schools with such good teachers and be with their friends and be in the band and in sports, and I want them there in person. I don't expect us to agree on everything, but the way that you have handled COVID is so not okay. When folks want to pee in the pool, you have to stop letting them swim, but you don't require vaccines. You don't require masks. You don't require testing or quarantines. You let unmasked parents fill up our gyms. Now you've given up on contact tracing. What a failure. What a price. This has to stop. You have to get it under control. And you think that you can do that when you don't have any of these tools? I don't believe you. I can't believe that we're still doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 9. Okay, press your button so we can...
The public school is the best defense of a democratic nation, and part of that democracy is having liberties. What concerns me is that there are factions of parents who claim to be on the side of liberty, yet when a mother exercises her liberty of free speech and does a parody of Dr. Seuss, she is met with cowardice and threats on her life. Is that their idea of liberty, bullying people into silence? I have to question their definition of liberty when dancing Santa fairies prance up to the front at school board meetings and make mockeries out of this process. The public school process exists for everybody, and yet they minimize this process by trying to make jokes and draw attention to themselves with foolishness. Is that their idea of liberty? I have to question their definition of liberty when creepy old dudes walk around with cameras trying to intimidate mothers and fathers who come to school board meetings to say their piece. That doesn't sound like liberty to me. Public schools are here to service the public. They're not here to meet the needs of one select group of parents. And I think it's time we start to take stock in the many, many silent families in this community who are watching on the sidelines while people in the name of liberty continue to disparage those who don't agree with them, who continue to hide behind their screens in cowardice, sending threats to parents because they are not on the same side of the aisle. This can't stand. Liberty means liberty for everybody, and in a public school, it means we all have a level playing field, and we should all feel safe to make our peace.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 10. Okay, Speaker number 11.
Good evening, LISD Board and Dr. Gearing. According to the EF legal policy, students' access to ideas with which the district disagrees, a district may remove materials because they are pervasively vulgar or based solely upon the educational suitability of the books in question, according to Board of Education versus PICO. An ABC of a quality book written by Chana Janelle Ewing is currently available for elementary students at Winkley and Reed. This book has forms of sex ed and CRT. The issue at hand is that CRT is illegal in the state of Texas. Defining or teaching privilege with a political view is an example. Privilege is when a person, being a human being, receives benefits and advantages based on a category like gender, class, or an ability like seeing and hearing. P is for privilege. Be aware of your advantages. Now let's go into the materialist book under sex ed. Sometimes the sex given by the doctor at birth might not fit with how that person feels. A male baby may have assigned the boy category, but their feelings inside may be that of a girl, or perhaps no gender assignment at all. They is a way to refer to someone instead of using he or she. And those are just some examples. Sex ed in the state of Texas, according to EF Legal, must provide parents an opt-in to teach any sex ed. Our EF local policy is governed by this board, who has not made the effort yet to remove and is responsible for overseeing what we are following Texas state law for school standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, Speaker number 12.
Good evening, Board. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I know this is a thankless job. You're not doing this for money. You're not doing it for self-aggrandizement. So thank you for your commitment to our community and our children. I'm here tonight on behalf of a bunch of residents in the Treviso neighborhood. I know we've been somewhat disengaged from this process, but this changes now. We are really quite concerned about talks of not building Treviso Elementary School number 31, or the elementary school in Treviso. There's also, I believe, talks of dividing our community up into 2 different attendance zones. That basically goes against the idea of having a neighborhood school. Many of us were sold and bought homes on the idea of having a shared vision of a neighborhood school. And I'm really discouraged and troubled by the rhetoric that we won't get one, or that we might be divided into 2 different attendance zones. There are about 1,500 homes in Treviso. We're about 50% built out. There is a veritable baby boom. You have a lot of children to educate. If you ever come out to our hills, it's beautiful, but there are babies everywhere. This school is absolutely needed. Please, I know a lot of this, we're in this predicament because the bond election failed. A lot of my neighbors weren't unaware that the bond was happening. Do not take that last election as a mandate that new schools are not needed. It failed by 250 votes. If we were a bit more clear where the funding was going and that Treviso would get an elementary school, we would have shown up in droves. Please build a school in Treviso. Please vote yes for a future bond. And please keep the neighborhood integrity of our attendance intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 12. Speaker number 13. Okay, Speaker number 14.
This is a group message. Today we want to remind you and the public that it was LISD teachers who gave us the following information that they had been given or trained in. Teachers told us that pornographic and social justice content was purchased under a social bundle that was distributed by controversial social activist Lucy Calkins. The revamped units of study in social justice contained replaced language arts curriculum. The district hired a presenter who pushed CRT during in-house faculty training. A training session was given where it was emphasized that churches was the cause of racism today. A video of social workers who share office space with LISD staff who were also training them to lie to parents was also given to parents. A statement by the superintendent to the public that the books had been removed was not accurate. Teachers were told to stop hiding those books that were said to be removed and place them where students could find them after the statement. High school and middle school teachers were told by a curriculum lead that parents are just breeders. The CCAC committee reviewing the books was stacked with activist teachers who were pushing pornographic books. The books were filled with inappropriate materials and content that provided materials for us to investigate. All this information came from teachers. Many citizens have read their statements during the year. We've been told that the board does not care about the content of the books, but they think that there are only a few parents who appear to speak out. You have a fiduciary responsibility to serve the community. This was not done when the superintendent did not abide by his contract, when the books were not removed, or when he said that when he yelled at Judge Gravel. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 15. Speaker number 16.
My name is Amanda Gutman, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Carol North and her family in regards to naming elementary number 29 after Carol. I moved to Texas in 1994, and Carol and her family were the first people I met and quickly became chosen family. I am a teacher coach at Stacey Danielson Middle School, and I can say with 100% confidence that there is much more meaning to a school when it's named after not just anything or anyone, but an educator who also is an amazing and genuine person in general. This is who Stacey K was, and this is who Carol North was. At DMS, the announcements end every day with "Live the Stacey K way." It means more when a school is named after a person and someone who loved them and who would lead by example, and in this case, an elementary teacher for an elementary school. To me, naming the school after Carol is a no-brainer. She absolutely loved her kids and taught in LISD for over 20 years and was so excited for kindergarten. This was the first introduction to school, and she knew that for these kids. I still remember her taking me and her kids to Gaddyland and having us play game after game, trying to just win this huge Kermit the Frog for her back wall, just so it could say "leaping into kindergarten." When she was so sick, she wanted to pass in the comfort of her own home, and she was too weak to go up the stairs, so the paramedics carried her, and when they laid her in her bed, she gave her hands up to give them a high five. This is who Carol is, and this is what Leander is. I was a student here. I student taught here. This is the only district I've taught it. This is the only district I want to teach in, and I feel like she would be a great representation for this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 16. Speaker number 17.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the opportunity to speak to you this evening on the naming of Elementary 29. To follow up on the email I sent the governance team this week, I'd like to ask that you please pause and not take action tonight on naming Elementary 29. I'd like the board to go back and consider an action to naming Elementary 29 and 30 simultaneously for Don Heisel and Carol North. From my research, number 30 is 12 to 24 months away, depending upon the upcoming bond election. From feedback from the community and even the committee that you appointed, all agree that both these individuals are deserving of this high honor based on their tremendous roles they've played in Leander ISD. This school is not opening for several months, and I believe that the board should pause and take a step back to independently review all of the sources of the community input that you asked for. Naming 29 and 30 simultaneously for Don Heisel and Carol North would be a positive that this district is in sore need of at this time. This would also go a long way in gaining public approval for the upcoming bond election. I'd ask you to pause, take a look at the feedback that you as the board asked for, and look at the number of submissions across the community and from the committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 18. Okay, we haven't started your time yet, but you need to press the button.
Sorry.
Oh, no
Can you hear
worries.
me?
We just want to make sure we hear you. Okay, whenever you're ready, then your timer will start. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for being here tonight. Your dedication to LISD and the community is much appreciated. I come as a parent of a Leander ISD elementary student, campus PTA volunteer, special education member, PTA member, and SHAC contributor. With the rapid changes in COVID and limited contact tracing, I'd like to request that you consider a minor edit to the Google Doc for families that are self-reporting to include the affected classroom. This would allow parents to self-trace when they get the remind notices of COVID peers, so parents can decide to quarantine based on date and classroom exposed. Considering rapid rates of COVID infection and CDC guidelines, I'd also love for you to consider technology that allows for two-way document sharing with private sensitive information, including but not limited to doctor notes for attendance and asthma action plans for students returning with chronic lingering symptoms that are compliant with both FAPE and HIPAA. The same portal should be combined with features of eSped, preferably something a little more user-friendly. We need a platform where procedures and safeguards are housed with student progress reports and IEP documents. Right now, parents are going to 4 different places: email, district website, paper documents, back and forth, Q Global links, eSped for FIE and READ communications. It's inefficient and leaves too many opportunities for missed communications. It would also be great to automate academic records requests, and even greater. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right, speaker number 19.
Hello, my name is Skylar Wyatt. I am also a resident in the Bryson community. I have a 5-year-old kindergartner, and our family is really looking forward to walking to the new school come in the fall. And I'm here to ask the board to reconsider their current zoning proposal regarding splitting up the kids in the Bryson community, and to consider prioritizing net zones so that if a child lives within, say, 2 miles of a school, they'd be protected from that rezoning. If a child can walk to school in their neighborhood, they shouldn't be bussed out to another school and have another child bust in. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I hope the board would want children in the same neighborhood to go to the same school as their neighbors. Please consider putting the Bryson community under the same neighborhood code so that our kids can go to the same school as the kids that they live next to. Our neighbors are 2 houses down, and they've been rezoned to go to a different school. And it's absurd to me. Our children share the same cul-de-sac, but they're going to go to different elementary schools. They should be walking to school together in the mornings. I think it's awful. I hope the school board can find a way to rezone the schools without splitting neighbors like Bryson in such a way, and let kids that are able to walk to school be able to walk to school. Thank you so much for your service.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 20. Speaker number 20. Speaker number 20.
Oh, good evening. It's so great to be here. I love your threats. Vote for this or else. I have yet to still see a plan to pay this back. This is why that bond failed. I come here week after week trying to save you, and some of you have been here even longer than that. I mean, you've been here years, a decade or more, and yet still these numbers are the same, and still nothing. And now the threats that people have to go from walking to school to driving 10 miles. I'm not surprised, because what's the best way to motivate people? Fear. There's more fear. Let's get those masks on those kids. Oh, and by the way, we get paid $4,000 per kid by the CDC for every mask we have on their face. Meanwhile, the studies are coming back. The kids drop 20 percentage points in their IQ scores for having those masks on. 20%. No, that's real. That's real. That's real facts. Like these numbers are real. These aren't made up. This isn't not like left or right, yes or no. These numbers are real. These bills are coming due and on time and need to be paid in full. There is no renegotiating unless we try to do a bailout bond again, and I know we're going to, because you have no choice. You have no choice. And the tens of thousands of people I've been talking to since I started, well, we'll be right there to greet you.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, Speaker number 21.
Greetings. My name is Justin Wyatt. I want to thank you for your service to our community and to our children. They say a mark of a good teacher is somebody who can explain a rather complex idea in basic terms so the child can understand. I'm having a difficult time explaining to my 5-year-old daughter why she might not be able to attend the school that's being built across the street. I don't know if any of you can conceptualize a simple way to tell a child that, or why her friends that live across the street might be attending that school. But I urge you to try to consider that, because it's a very difficult thing to do. I'm in the Bryson community, and I believe that all Bryson community members deserve to attend the school that's being built there. When families invest in a place to live, they invest in the community, and hopefully, if they're good families, and we consider ourselves to be a good family, you help to build that community. By separating and dividing Bryson as a community to 10 different schools, the board denies it the ability to be a complete community. I urge you to reconsider that and to retain the Bryson community as a whole into the same school for the sake of our kids and the sake of our families and hopefully the strength of our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, speaker number 22. We just did 21. Who's next? 22. No, 22. 23. Got it. Sounds like I'm calling a bingo number. All right. Thank you.
I'm sharing an educated written testimony. There are no First Amendment rights in school board or school libraries under EF legal policy for pervasively vulgar books. EF legal states a district may remove materials because they are pervasively vulgar or based solely upon the educational suitability of the books in question. So whose morality defines vulgar? And according to the structures of school districts, that lies in the direct decisions made of the trustees. They hire and fire the superintendent, who chooses content and is responsible for training given to staff in materials and in accountability of his staff. The trustees drafted and adopted a new version of EF Local in 2021 that allows graphic sexual content in schools. Under the changes adopted by this board, it makes parents opt out and vet every single vulgar book in a collection of thousands bought and chosen by school employees or trustees. We do not believe that the community embraces vulgarity in public education. We believe the hundreds of books that have been added over the last 3 years under the social bundle should be opt-in only. By changing EF Local and using EF Legal to rid the LISD of the vulgarity. As well, we want EF Local to be revised and obscenities to not be allowed. Revealed in a PIR, Dr. Gearing stated to Commissioner Long in concordance regarding instructional resources and children are not uniform for all families. As his
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 24. Just a second, we're going to come over and get some.
Yes? There we go. I just wasn't waiting long enough, wasn't I? Okay. Good evening, trustees. My name is Mike Sanders, and I'd like to say a few words tonight about a presentation that was recently given to you during a board meeting. The presenter came and spoke to you about a survey that was recently taken, and he provided the results of that survey. He provided a different presentation than what had been attached with your notes, and so when I spoke last time about slide number 5, the slide number 5 he showed was different from the slide number 5 that I was looking at that was attached with your notes. At any rate, I was disappointed that no one asked the presenter of this survey the most important question that anybody should ask of any person who's doing a survey. There's one question that's above any and all other questions that you should always ask anyone who does a survey, and that is, how did you choose who you surveyed? How did you choose those people? Well, you guys didn't ask that question, so I followed the fella out of the meeting last week and I asked him, or when the presentation was given. And his answer was, well, we chose them from the voter rolls. And I said, you said that you made phone calls. And he said, that's right. And I said, well, telephone numbers aren't in the voter rolls. So how did you get the telephone numbers? And then all of a sudden the fellow felt very uncomfortable. And he said, I got to go. Well, there's something, when you give a list of telephone numbers to somebody, that list, everyone on that list has something in common. It was not just an arbitrary...
All right. Thank you, speaker. All right. Our next speaker, speaker number 25.
Press, okay. First, I want to thank you all for the time and effort that you put into serving the Leander School District. As a former administrator, I can appreciate that you all are managing multiple and sometimes competing priorities when attempting to make really difficult decisions. So I want to just thank you all for that. But I'm here as a parent tonight, and I'm here to discuss the potential rezoning. My family chose this school district from out of state, and we chose the Bryson community in particular because of the opportunity to attend a high-quality neighborhood school. We've watched with pride and excitement, teaching our kids about what it means to lay a foundation and build walls as we're watching the school go up. And, you know, unfortunately, the most recent exercise has our children attending that school for 1 year as kindergartners and then being bussed out to a different school. So this obviously brings challenges for families in the district, as have been discussed tonight and at the last board meeting. But it's also just really disappointing to have to tell my kids that they actually don't get to go to that school. And we don't get to build the community that we had really hoped to be able to build. So tonight, I'm here to respectfully ask that you all consider making net zones, not just for us, but for others who are here to talk about the same thing, that you consider making net zones a high priority for any future rezoning parameters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, speaker number 26. Okay. Speaker 27.
I'll be waiting here to be called up for another 90 seconds if you have less than 30 speakers. Dr. Gearing gave 5 reasons for keeping harmful books in the libraries. Local policy. EF Local is a policy written for instructional resources, not library materials. There is no policy that would be violated if the board acted on its authority provided by EF Legal, which states a district possesses significant discretion to determine the contents of school libraries. A district must, however, exercise the discretion in a manner consistent with the First Amendment. Local governing. Board Policy Manual, Section B, local governance has no policy that even mentions library. EFB Legal, however, dictates you follow the school library program standards and guidelines for Texas, which advocates for and protects age-appropriate principles for intellectual freedom. Excuse number 3 claims parents must follow the proper review process outlined in policy, which does not exist. 4 and 5, case law and advice from legal counsel. BOE v. PICO decided that school boards may not remove books from school library shelves simply because they dislike the ideas contained in these books and seek their removal to prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, and other matters of opinion. No one is asking for that. We are asking you to protect children from harm. Not all speech is protected, nor is it without consequences. Obscenity, defamation, and child pornography are not free speech, and you can use the First Amendment to justify harm.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 28.
Hello and good evening. I want to thank the board members for their work that they do for our community. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Treviso community. We were very disappointed to learn that the school for Treviso was not going to be built in the future. When I purchased my home in Treviso, I was told that a elementary school would be part of the community. As I did the calculations, I figured that my youngest daughter would be able to attend that school. That's no longer the fact. My children will never be attending that school because they'll be aged out by the time, if it ever happens. So you may ask yourself, why am I here today? I'm here on behalf of my neighbors who want to maintain a sense of community and don't want to happen with what's going on with Bryson. I'm also here on behalf of the teachers at Mason Elementary. I volunteer there every single week, and I see how short-staffed that school is and how overcrowded. There is a kindergarten classroom with 23 students. Have you ever seen a 6-year-old? It's chaos in there. This cannot continue. Treviso will only grow. We're not going to fit into Mason any longer. You need to put the bond back on or whatever needs to happen to get the school built, to rebalance the community. Leander is one of the fastest growing cities in America. Our tax base will increase to cover these new schools. It needs to happen. Most people who voted on the bond did not know what they were voting for, and most people did not vote, actually. A small percentage of our community voted.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 29.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us a minute and a half to speak tonight. I appreciate it. My opinions here tonight are my own and not representative of any other group. I want to thank you guys for all your hard work and dedication. I can't imagine how challenging the last 2 weeks have been for you as board, for Dr. Gehring as superintendent, with a number of absences and the juggling. And I really appreciate our admin staff that have stepped up to substitute the last couple of weeks. Thank you for all you do. I understand that a lot of your tough decisions are hampered further by state laws and regulations that limit the choices that you have. I also want to let you know that myself and a group of parents did show up at the Williamson County Courthouse to speak and ask them to make sure the funds got sent to Leander ISD. I want you to know that we see you. We don't always agree, but we do think that our district is a good district, that we have lots of promising things. We've made some amazing steps forward, and we want to see our district thrive. And I'm disheartened by the parents that show up and attack you in the district, as well as go to our county court and try and get money stripped from our district. I don't think it's fair. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
All right, thank you very much. Speaker number 30.
There's only one child and she has a headset on. The book Queerfully and Wonderfully Made was taken home by an 11-year-old last week, a 6th grader. And it says, can I go to the local queer sex shop? They can provide classes, lubrication, and sexual intimacy merchandise, as well as opportunities for shame-free conversation. How do queer people even have sex? Can I look at porn? Okay, but I'm serious. Help, I'm really horny. Help, I'm a horny queer teenager. In church, we don't talk about sex very much. Lubricant, and the idea of stopping the heat of relube mid-sex embarrasses you so much that you're unwilling to buy lube. You're not ready for sex. Is my church teaching abusive? It's time we talk about religious abuse. The district is allowing sex education to come into fiction and nonfiction books. The law is opt-in for sex ed and the age of consent 17. The social bundles bought and the choices some teachers are making have a central theme, sexualization of children. An 11-year-old little girl was subjected to sex ed this month in this book. As a board, you have added wording of EF local that allows this content. Only one current board member has spoken out on the pornographic content. The rest openly supported or say EF local allows it. So this was bought by a 6th grader home, and the mother saw before she read and took away from her. So this is on you. This responsibility of this content is on you. And I hope you do something. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 31. Again, Speaker 31. Speaker 31. Speaker 32.
Good evening, and thank you so much for your time. I am here to first ask that you please mandate some sort of COVID mitigation. Give our staff the days off they need to keep themselves and their families healthy, make masks mandatory until the spike is over. I get that we're all tired, but I'm asking you to concentrate solely on the public health aspect of this. None of our students will have freedom to attend school in person if there are no people to teach them or serve their meals or get them to the schools in the first place. Freedom does not only apply to the loudest voices, and before the rights of the parent issue comes up, I'd like to ask all of you, which parents? Next, in the CFAC post-election survey, a concerning comment stated that the district should listen to its customers. I am asking that you not consider our schools a customer service model because the customer here is not always right. Paying taxes does not give us the right to show up and micromanage public employees. If that was really the effect our taxes had, I'm curious as to why you don't see these same crowds demanding to dictate how police and fire departments do their job. If you think that's ridiculous, imagine why are teachers any different? If people want to make every single curriculum decision for our kids, there are homeschools available. But if the district decides to continue letting these groups influence our curriculum, I hope that you all are ready to provide the credentials for the parents who are making decisions for my kids to make sure that they're qualified to be making decisions for my 504 kid. Let the educators do their jobs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, speaker number 31. Speaker number 26. 22. Okay. No, there's nobody else who had signed up in number-wise. All right, that will close our portion of the, citizens' comments because we didn't give everybody all the same, so we made sure that everybody had all the same 1.5 minutes who signed up. We will now have to move on, though, to our next portion of our agenda, which is our superintendent report. I do appreciate y'all for coming out.
Thank you, Madam President. Want to reiterate one more time, thank you to all of you for being here tonight, and every time we meet, you give up a lot of time from your families, you make a lot of sacrifices to be here, and we just want to appreciate you. It's a fine group of people, if you ask me. So. As I said earlier, we are going to recognize you a little bit more formally next meeting, but we want to make sure that we point out that all across the state, school districts are recognizing their Board of Trustees for the great work they do to keep public education great in this great state of Texas. So, I want to start with some COVID numbers and just point out a few things. These are merely observations based on the data. If you go to Williamson County's dashboard, you'll see this, which measures the number of cases per 100,000. And I've put this version of it up here so that we can just point out the fact that it's been interesting to watch how the different variants have impacted our community. Of course, Omicron has been the most virulent one and has spread extremely rapidly and infected a much larger number of people than before. And so it's interesting to me when you look a little closer at that portion of the curve to see the difference between Williamson and Travis County. And I'm not going to try to guess at what that is. I'm just pointing out and observing that. The second thing I want to observe is that it does appear that we have come over the top of this particular spike and are hopefully on the backside of the curve. Lots of people will still get infected on the backside of the curve. We mustn't forget that just because we're coming down doesn't mean it's over. But certainly we hope that we'll start to see some relief as we go forward, certainly with staffing and student cases in the district. I put this portion of the Williamson County dashboard in because I think it's important to acknowledge that although the number of cases has been much higher, it seems that the severity of illness with Omicron has not been quite what it was with Delta. And so this is the hospitalization curve, which is of course lagging behind. But we can see that in the Delta variant, we reached almost 23% hospitalizations, and we're up at around 19% right now on the Omicron with a lot more cases. And so you can see the difference in what that looks like. The reason I'm pointing this out, however, is that we cannot ever get complacent because we don't know necessarily what's going to happen next. And so we have to be very aware that if we were to get a variant that is as virulent as Omicron, but as serious as Delta, then we could see, quite a difference in what we have to do. This plays to the way that we operate protocols, and so I want to talk a little bit about that. When you look at our school district numbers, of course these numbers are incredibly high, and we acknowledge that and know that we've had a lot of staff and student infections across the district. One of the Achilles heels that we have, of course, is staffing. So our goal always is to keep school open and to provide in-person learning for our staff and students if at all possible. That has become very challenging in the last couple of weeks. We've managed to survive even through today by lots of our central office staff and our teachers on our campuses doubling up and helping out where necessary. That's true in our cafeterias, that's true in our classrooms. Transportation this time has been challenging. Of course, we can help out in cafeterias. It's much harder to get in a bus and help out there. So we've managed to survive so far. We hope, because we think we've come over the crest of this particular wave, that we can survive through tomorrow, and then a 3-day weekend will give us a little bit of relief, and hopefully next week will be a little better. But please know that we continue to work hard to make sure that we stay open and stay safe. I want to make just one comment about the yellow response stage. We've received some criticism, of course, for not going to red. And we were very thoughtful about that decision. And it was a difficult decision to make. It was tempting for us to go to red because everybody around us was going to red. Part of the challenge for us is what mitigation we had to do if we go to red. And some of that meant shutting our schools down to any volunteers and to any outside visitors. We want to make sure that the social emotional needs of our students are met. We want to make sure that we can continue as normal in-person learning as possible for our students whenever possible. We did consider going to red and changing some of those protocols to suit us, and that just didn't feel transparent to us. So it was a very difficult decision to make. We decided to stay in yellow. We decided to play that down a little bit. We decided to do what we felt like was necessary to stay open, to keep our students as safe as possible and to keep our staff as safe as possible. But a lot of sacrifices were made from the adults in our system to make sure that we can stay open, and we'll continue to work hard to do that. That doesn't mean we might not go to red at some future stage, depending on the situation we're in. But I think it's really important that we make these decisions at the local level in consultation with our health departments, our local health departments from both counties, and understanding what we've learned over the last 2 years or so with how this works. Enrollment-wise, we continue to see additional students enrolling in the district, and we expect that that will continue over the spring months. We will continue to monitor that carefully as we go forward, but certainly a steady stream of students still coming into the district. Attendance is much more concerning for us, and particularly because of its impact on funding. We did have a commissioner's call today. The commissioner has suspended low attendance waivers for now because of the volume of these that they're getting from across the state. And he said today that they were waiting to see if there was a larger mitigation that they could do because of low attendance. So we budgeted at an attendance rate of 96%. We're currently averaging 94%. And you can see on that bottom row what this last week has looked like, which has all been below 90%. And so we are waiting on TEA. I think they'll wait a little bit longer as we progress through the spring to make these decisions. The funding decisions, of course, can get all reconciled for the whole year as we go, and so there's not necessarily an urgent decision that has to be made now, although we're monitoring that very carefully. So we'll continue to keep you updated on what this looks like, but we of course don't want to encourage anybody who's not well to come to school, and so we're in a little bit of a dilemma about how to manage student attendance. As we go forward, we'll continue to keep you informed. So I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about what is happening in our schools, and the next couple of slides are just from one campus, and all of these things happened within a 1 hour period. And so at Cedar Park Middle School, we do have a fantastic outdoor area now that's been put together by the staff with the help of community support. So we have students who can eat outside. That helps relieve the capacity in the cafeteria too. And then this also is outside the library, and so we have students who flow out during instructional time into this space, and they've just made it, you know, kind of like an Italian plaza. It just feels good, and it's a great place for students to gather and have a good time. We have students who are doing lots of really great hands-on learning, collaborating, communicating, solving problems together, and this was particularly great because there was a substitute in this classroom, and I've seen a lot of substitutes in our classrooms in the last little while, and oftentimes people think that when a substitute's in a classroom, no learning happens, but that's just not true. Because of the way that our teachers prepare for when they're out, our substitutes are continuing the learning for our students, and that was great to see in this particular case. We have students who are designing and building scale models of real houses. I was quite stunned actually to have a close look at this particular model that is not only fully framed but has drywall on the inside, and students are designing this using computer-aided design software, and then actually building them in middle school. And so there's lots of really great things going on in our classrooms. You can't see this now, but you can look inside your presentation. But this is a wall of dreams that students have for what they want to contribute to the community at some future point in their lives. And it's fantastic to see the creativity and the variety and the incredible passion that our students have for who they want to be and how they want to serve the community as they go forward. Our teachers do an incredible job of building environments that are not only safe spaces for kids, but inviting spaces for kids. And so this is one middle school English classroom, and you can see that it's been designed for students to feel really comfortable in, and to have a variety of ways to interact with each other, down to the tires that would actually be really cool on my car, but they're good seats too. At Cedar Park Middle School, one of the things that they're doing is expanding options for our students in the elective realm. And so these 8 options that you can go and have a look at after the fact are just some of the things that they're helping our students to expand their horizons with. And so in that bottom left corner is where the sustainable architecture and engineering is, and that's the class where those students are building that house that we saw just now. And there's incredible opportunities happening for our students that really are giving them other options to think about in addition to the traditional extracurriculars that we offer in terms of band and athletics and some of those other things. And this is the list of the 15 new student-led clubs that are now happening at Cedar Park Middle School before and after school. This is driven by student interest, student passion, student leadership. But these things don't happen without our adults really encouraging student voice and making sure that students have the opportunity to connect to what they love to do. And so we have great leadership happening right here in Cedar Park, Texas. So I want to talk just for a minute about this because we talked about the Leander ISD learning model, which is up on the wall next to this. And when I bumped into this leadership model, it was interesting that it struck me that it looks very similar to ours, except it's quite different. This comes out of the Sanger Leadership Department at the University of Michigan, and I wanted to introduce you to it because as an administration we started talking about some of the concepts that are contained in here. And so this is based on what's called the competing values framework, and it struck me that this is exactly what some of the tension that exists inside our district revolves around this leadership model. And the fundamental paradox here is that it's tied to two key tensions that are found in all organizations. The first is the need to foster things like collaboration and harmony and positive relationships, which you find in that yellow top left corner. But that competes with the need to drive effort and goal achievement and results, which is down there in that blue section in the bottom right corner. The second is the urgency with which we have to establish stability and control and integration in that red section, while at the same time aggressively pursuing innovation, change, and learning in the green section. And navigating these competing values is what really drives whether we can be successful or not. And so sometimes tension feels bad in the district, but I believe that it really has a role to play in making sure that we continue to balance the needs of all of our students and staff in the district as we go forward. So we're going to spend more time exploring this particular leadership model and how that connects to what we're doing in Leander ISD. January School Board Appreciation Month. We'll be recognizing you officially at the next meeting. On Monday is, of course, Martin Luther King Day. The city of Leander is putting on a parade, and I'm sure we'll have some of our students involved in that, and so that should be a fun event. On January 20th, we have the second of our board cafes. The first was very successful. Any community members who are interested in that can sign up to come and spend some one-on-one time with trustees right here in this room. Then we have regular meetings on the 27th and then January 10th. And of course, as Anna mentioned earlier, Leaf Gala on January 29th. We're really excited about that. This is the information for the board cafe, and there's an easy way to register there on our website. So I want to leave you with a little bit of hope. Teaching is a very challenging profession at the best of times, and in these times it's extremely challenging. And one of the things that we have to do is encourage new teachers to the profession, and that is becoming more and more difficult to do. But I bumped into this young lady at Canyon Ridge Middle School a couple of weeks ago. And so I want to play you a little video of the response that she gave to the question that we asked.
Hi! So Camille, can you tell us your favorite part of the Ready, Set, Teach program at Vandy Group and why you get to come to Canyon Ridge?
Sure thing. So as a high school student, I think it's amazing that I'm able to make these connections with students at such a young age. I know when I started Ready, Set, Teach my sophomore year, I really wanted to teach mathematics, but I didn't really know if I wanted to go into English or not. So my sophomore year, I taught a 4th grade math classroom and absolutely hated it. I love the students and all, but I couldn't teach math. And so my junior year, I came here to Canyon Ridge, and I solidified the thought that I really wanted to teach middle school, and I loved English. And so had I gone into mathematics in college, I would have had to change my complete course of action. And so now that I'm a senior in high school, I know that I want to teach middle school. I know that I want to teach English. And so I'm a lot more prepared for college. Love it.
So we are providing opportunities for our students to really explore and understand not only what they're passionate about, what their interests are, and what they want to do, but also what they might not want to do. And potentially she saved herself a whole lot of heartburn in college and changing majors and things from that experience. So these are the kinds of things that are happening throughout our district. As I bump into them, I try to capture them so that I can share them with you. Of course, this is just a tiny drop in the ocean of the great things that are happening all across our district that I'm very proud and happy to share with you. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members?
Yeah, I have one. I know that the community out there can disagree about a whole lot of things, but I think one thing we can agree on is helping our teachers. So I want to ask you, given the numbers and given the situation at schools right now, what can parents do right now or tomorrow to help out? And what's the best way for them to do that?
I don't know. I think it's really important that we know without a shadow of a doubt that the best place for our kids is in school with their teachers. The best way that we can do that is by really hanging together. It's important that we're listening and understanding that if our kids are not well, they need to stay home. We understand that. But we've got to try at all costs to get them to school if we can. I think communication is really important. But honestly, these are really challenging times, and I'm really not sure how to answer your question.
Would it be beneficial for them to come and help serve lunch? Would it be beneficial for them to help get kids to cross the street? Would it be beneficial for them to, how on a daily basis can they jump in and help their community?
So it's challenging for us to mobilize volunteers on a short-term basis like that. So we have the safety and the security of our students to take care of. We're doing everything in our power to make sure that we are covering all of those situations. We will reach out if we need that kind of additional help, but at this time, it's really about giving us patience and grace in acknowledging that, the bus may not show up on time. We're going to get it there if we can at all. We're going to communicate if we can't. If you know, I don't want to tell people bring your kid to school, because then we create a whole traffic problem. So we're going to continue to try to do the things that we know how to do. We will certainly reach out and ask for help if we need it. I think we're going to be okay in the next little while, but certainly we just need to hold together. I think patience and grace is what we're going to ask for.
Dr. Gehring, when we were on a CTSBA call the other night, what was abundant was the different districts and just the different needs they were trying to meet. I think the challenge we have, which is why we keep talking about local control, is there isn't a one-size-fits-all. I appreciate, you know, we want to see what do we need to do as a district. I think that is a good question to still ask. I think it's also okay if the answer to district is, I don't know yet. We're working together, but I mean, our principals would, you know, keep reaching out to your teachers. How can we support or how can we help? Because there's local autonomy as well that we have. So maybe there's not a district prescription per se of, well, we need everybody to go to this, because we have elementary, middle, and high school, different needs, different parts of the community, different things going on. There may be some area where there's a bus, but there may be another where there's a CNS. And so how do we, what looks currently to be, and we hope continues to be, a short-term need that we need to address, and we hope that stays that way. How do we hold together as a community and keep moving forward? But that's a good question. I think we should still, just because we don't have immediate answers doesn't mean we don't ask them, right?
So I apologize. I got stuck on what are the logistical things that we need help with, and what I realized is that, you know, we need kindness, we need support, we need people to believe in what we're doing and how we're doing it. We need people to believe in our kids. We need people to believe in our teachers. We need people to send notes of thanks, to send kind words. We need people to pull together as a community to say, yes, this is tough, but if we hang together, we can do this. And that means more than anything. A kind note received, a kind word heard goes a long way to helping folks who are working exceptionally hard, who are tired and stressed, who are really worried about the well-being of all those around them. So I think that's what we need more than anything else.
I was just going to add, we have a really great community relations department who put together a volunteer system, and if you're like me and overambitious, you sign up for all schools in Leander, but where I'm getting at is I've been getting emails daily from different individual schools. Hey, I need someone to come up for 2 hours to answer the phone. Hey, I need some CNS workers. So I just had to go and option in, and I was able to get everybody in Leander. And most importantly, you know, you go through the volunteer proof system. So they've gone through the background check, and I have noticed an increase in need of volunteer services. So it's a great opportunity for our parents if y'all want to get out there and help.
And again, Anna, that's not necessarily a district push. That's, you're going to your campuses.
Right,
ask.
you just sign up through our volunteer program that we have, correct.
One thing I wanted to add, Dr. Gehring, or kind of comment on back to the COVID numbers and some of the COVID protocols. A lot of parents have reached out to me asking about quarantine times and not understanding why our quarantine times were different for our staff and our students. And John Graham made me aware that there is, you know, a law that we have to follow through the Texas Health
Department of State Health Services. Yes,
and that has not been updated to meet CDC guidelines of the reduced quarantine. So in order for us to just follow the law, we have to keep students at 10 days quarantine.
That is correct. And the commissioner actually reiterated that on his call today, that we can reduce the adult quarantine time to the CDC recommendations, but DSHS is still at 10 days for students.
Okay. I think that's just important for the community to know why that is that way. I know people is like, my child has had no symptoms but tested positive and is feeling fine, and unhappy with that process, but wanted to just let people know that that was the reason for that.
I have a question. So regarding the COVID protocols and the decision to stay at yellow, and not wanting to, wanting to stay transparent, and that's why it wasn't about picking aspects of red and yellow and putting them together. However, there are indicators on the website as to what you look at, and the question is just, at what point is it that, because if you're trying to be transparent, are we following these indicators, and at what point do we say, yes, this indicator has been hit, or these indicators have been hit? So still trying to remain transparent, but when do we just hit a certain limit and go, we can't take this anymore?
It's a good question. We made a decision early on not to be tied to thresholds or numbers because of the fluidity of the situation. And so we work really closely with our team, who is closely connected to Austin Travis County Health, to Williamson County Health. We're listening closely to those experts. But we're also making decisions based on our local situation, on keeping schools open, on making sure that we're serving the needs of all our students and our staff the best way that we can. So we take all of those things into consideration, but we are making those decisions as a team.
Dr. Guerin, can you remind us our team members on there too? Because I know we have John, we have Darla in there, we have Russell, I think, and we do have, in addition to district people, we have them reaching out to our public health, both Travis and Williamson.
Correct, and of course Kristen Wickett's our head nurse, who is an expert. John, if I left somebody else there, Brandon.
Darla, Krista, Brandon, and then our health team also gets in those conversations. And y'all have discussions with Williamson County and Austin weekly, or how often do y'all speak with our healthcare? Sometimes hourly, okay. We're gonna need you on a microphone. There's a whole lot more information. Sorry, thank you though, John.
So we work closely with our health departments, but we also work closely with medical professionals around both of our counties that we partner with. We stay in constant contact with them because they are the ones that actually are seeing kids and adults daily within their clinics. And so we use our partnerships with them. We've actually used one of our doctors that has set up some of our vaccine clinics. And so it is the health departments, but we also take pride in using our pediatricians and other doctors across the area as people that guide us.
And so, John, can you finish that off, just the discussion point? Because sometimes when we look at indicators, we're at stage red, stage yellow, 5, 4. That's telling us community spread, right? But in addition to community spread, that's how we respond. So those two things are tied together.
They are.
And as a district, I wonder, I would argue, I think that's maybe caused us some consternation as we're trying, because community spread and how we respond may look different depending on the different factors of the community spread and vaccinations and all those. I don't know if the categories are doing the service we want them to do, but we want to stay transparent. It doesn't want to look like we're shifting. Can you help me understand how we're deciding our response level? Is it really, does the color of what we're at really indicate what you're doing, or tell me kind of at this stage where we're at? And then the second part B, is How do parents, though, follow? Like, I mean, we're all sitting here remembering when spring break happened. Are we at risk of, like, are you going to call us, you know, when we're at the office, and do we got to go to the district? So how do we, what as parents or as teachers should we be watching?
So one of the things that we have learned over the last 18 months is to be very flexible. And when we wrote our protocols and our mitigation practices, and we decided to use a color system to determine where we are as a district, we were looking at the original virus, and then we were also looking at the Delta variant. Times have changed, and the factors that we used 18 months ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago are not the same that are occurring today with this variant. And so we also have learned a lot over the last 18 months on strategies and protocols that we know are effective, but also strategies and protocols that we know are effective but are not realistically we are not realistically able to fully implement those strategies because of the amount of students in our classrooms, our food service, staffing, and all that. And so if you were to tell me, if I was to tell you in August of how we were reacting to the Delta variant, I would say that our protocols and our stages were appropriate. What we have learned with this new variant is that the color system does not make as much sense as it did back then, just to be 100% honest. Are we in a difficult situation, in a high situation? Yes. But our protocols that we would use in red are not what would be effective with this variant. And so the debate we have had is, do we move to red with the understanding that we would be changing those red protocols, and is that the best way to work with our community and to be honest with our community? And so are we in a difficult situation? Is this a very stressful, high situation? Yes. But we're in our yellow protocols because there's the protocols that we know we can sustain and are effective with this variant. One of the things that I have talked to Corey about and to Bruce is when we move off of this variant and get into a calmer situation, it would be very important for us to look at our entire strategies and protocols and develop and redevelop our system that may be not so reliant on a color code. But where we are with what we need in our district right now with our students and our staff is with our yellow protocols, because it's hard to ask for parents' help because it's so different on 44 different campuses. But we know we need our volunteers. How that looks across the district looks different. And keeping our parents from our campuses right now does not make sense. We have our students that are doing things that are important to them, and taking those opportunities away from our students does not make sense. And so that is why we are in the protocols that we are in. Do we know that red it may feel like in the world right now we are in red? I would agree, but that's not where we are with our protocols. And so it made more sense for us to stay in yellow because those are the protocols that we are using at this time.
All right, board members, any other questions? John, thank you, and for the board. We know it's a stressful time for our community, for parents, for teachers. What I thank y'all so much for doing is trying to help alleviate what stress we can for our students. Thank y'all for all y'all do, really.
Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Gary?
That's all. Thank you.
All right, board members, we have one item up that we want to take. I know it's at the top of our agenda to discuss. It's the very first voting item we're going to take up this evening. And then we will go ahead and take a break. So after this item. Carrie Lynn McSpadden's coming up to talk about consider approval of the COVID additional leave for staff.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. You have been hearing a lot about the state of the district and what the needs are of our staff and students, so we are bringing forward one of those things that we have brought forward in the past, which is additional COVID leave for our staff. The previous leave did expire in December, not knowing that we would be facing an Omicron variant in the spring and winter. We are now bringing forward an additional 5 days to assist employees with the time they may have to take off if they are COVID positive. So we are bringing this for action tonight so that we can begin retroactively to January 3rd, crediting employees for the time that they have had to take off. I will say, I know there's been some questions about the 5 days, and just what we're seeing in our absence data, on average, employees are taking 4 days to recover from their symptoms. Now, there's always going to be variation, but that's what we're seeing in the absence data right now.
Just a clarification, I think in your language you said an extra 5 days. Would it be more accurate to say approving 5 days for an extended period of time? We're extending the deadline for those 5 days to be used? Or is it truly an additional 5 days? So if a staff member used 5 days in the first half of the year, they would be eligible for another 5 days in the second half of the year.
That is correct, because how we're looking at it is we had those 8 days that expired in December. So if they had COVID, say in October, and then now they're facing the Omicron variant case, we have said we'll give them 5 days for this variant because we are seeing people who are getting COVID multiple times.
All right, any other questions? Otherwise, we need a motion.
I move the board approve the recommendation to adopt the resolution to approve the 5 days of COVID extended leave for all employees as well as teacher fellows retroactively from January 3rd, 2022 through June 30th, 2022.
Second. I have a motion from Christine, second from Alexis. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you to our staff. We so appreciate you. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back into the agenda.
It's on? Okay. This.
Okay.
All right, board members, it is 8:18, and we are back from our break. Yeah, we'll do consent, and then we'll move on. You're right, consent is the next item. So, board members, we have a robust agenda. I am so excited for the discussions coming up this evening, but we have a consent agenda item. Is a motion to sever? You want to talk about it, or otherwise I just need a motion to approve?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve submission of the Early College High School provisional designation application for Leander ISD.
Whoa.
I second.
All right, you read that all excellent. Are you? All right, we have a second on that. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Do you want to vote on consent item? Okay, 7 ayes, no nays. Board members, thank you so much. I'm very excited for the early high school program and what this means for our district. Continue to look in your Friday memo for more updates. This is exciting. So, yay, everybody. All right, we will be moving on next to our next agenda item, discussion of school finance under HB3, recapture, and VATRE. I am so excited for our speakers that are coming up this evening. And board members, sometimes I have misconceptions or baggage based on something I've heard. And so for right now, set some of that aside. Let's hear what you guys say. Sometimes I'm trying to put it in there like, okay, but we're going in with capture, right? No, we're not. Maybe we are. So I know you have some great stuff for us. So I'm just going to set all my questions aside, get ready for your presentations, but then tell us when you're ready for questions. Because trust me, this board will have questions. So, all right, go ahead.
All right, good evening. It's an honor to be here tonight, and it's not Friday morning. And I have friends with me. We have a little demonstration plan to go through this. Hopefully this will serve as your one-pager on school finance. It's very difficult to put all of this on one page, but I've put it on one table for you. So to introduce my guest here this evening to assist me in this process, we have Becky Garcia. She's the district's Director of Treasury and Debt Management, and she's the wizard behind all of the numbers that we're going to be talking about tonight. And then I'm very honored to have Amanda Brownson here. She, give you some background on Amanda. She's been working in public education for 25 years. I know she only looks 20, and in school finance in Texas for 15. She recently served as the Director of State Funding at the Texas Education Agency, and there she oversaw the distribution of the state's $20 billion foundation school program. Prior to going to TEA, Amanda worked as a consultant at Moak and Casey, where she assisted school districts with revenue projections, conducted research, and provided legislative support. With us tonight, she is the Associate Executive Director of Policy and Research for the Texas Association of School Business Officials, TASBO. An interesting fact, Amanda began her career as a teacher in Texas and California. And was that kindergarten?
I taught first grade.
First grade, pretty close. She holds a PhD in education policy and planning, and her dissertation focused on the impact of state funding reforms brought about through the Edgewood litigation in Texas. More importantly, she is the lifeline that we call all the time, not only us, but school districts around the state. And so I'm really honored that she's spending her evening with us this evening to help me in this complicated topic. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda, and we're going to start with the lovely acronyms that we always use in school finance.
So, we put together a presentation. I want to thank Elaine. We went back and forth sort of going through, how best to lay this out for you. I was talking to a colleague who does this sort of at a national level and said, if I had one complaint about the Texas system, it's its complexity and sort of trying to help folks understand it and help our members feel confident that they're projecting revenue correctly. And, how do you deal with that? And she said in Connecticut, they need 7 variables to enter into a template to calculate their state aid. And I stopped counting when I got to 70. I don't know. So anyway, we do have a little more complexity here in Texas, but I think you'll see tonight that kind of big picture, conceptually, it's not as complex as you might think. We do like our acronyms, though. And so one of the things that we try to do is translate some of those acronyms into English for you, and many of them you may already be familiar with, but we'll just go through them. The first you guys talked about earlier today, and it's what all districts are struggling with this year. You're not alone, and that's average daily attendance, or we'll shorten it as ADA. And it's the number of children on average who show up to school every day. So you count bodies each day, every day, and you divide it by the number of days you teach school, and so it's fairly straightforward, and that really serves as the basis of funding schools in Texas. There are about 7 states across the nation that fund on average daily attendance, and we're one of them. And then the second term there that you'll see in your handout is weighted average daily attendance, or WADA. You'll always hear people ask, well, what's your WADA? It's actually a count of students, and that count of students is just weighted to reflect differential cost. So the funding formulas in Texas, and in fact in most states, are adjusted to reflect the fact that different students come to school with different needs, and those needs bring different costs. And also to reflect the fact that it can be more expensive to educate kids if you think about, for example, if I were here and you were a 500 student district, your cost structure would look really different than if you're a 5,000 student district or a 50,000 student district. And so that also is reflected in that weighted average daily attendance count, but it's typically a higher number than average daily attendance, and it's just a cost adjusted student count. Another piece of the funding formulas is called the Available School Fund. Sometimes you'll hear this talked about as per capita payments, but really this is, in Texas, our forefathers set aside land to be used for the benefit of school children across the state. And so the first source of revenue in Texas for public education comes from transfers from the permanent school fund to the available school fund. So every year, as that fund, the permanent school fund earns revenue, the fiduciary is able to make transfers from the permanent school fund over to the available school fund, and then those dollars are used really as what we call a method of finance for paying for the cost of educating all students in Texas. So every district in Texas, in fact, draws some funding from the available school fund. The next term there is a new term that we're all getting used to. It's MCR, or maximum compressed tax rate. So this is really the first portion of your maintenance and operations tax rate, right? So when we talk about the maintenance and operations tax rate, that's the portion of your property tax rate that goes to fund day-to-day operations, as opposed to the INS taxes, or the portion that funds your bond repayments. So the first portion of that is called your maximum compressed tax rate. And it's really set for you by the state of Texas. You'll submit data every summer to the Texas Education Agency, and someone there in the state funding division will oversee the calculations that drive that first portion of your maintenance and operations tax rate down every year as your property value grows, right? And this is to help the taxpayer, right? As their property value grows, their tax bill otherwise would grow more significantly than it is. And so that's a mechanism the legislature put in place to try to keep that in check, especially for districts with fast-growing property values. And based on my conversations with Elaine, I know that's something that you all struggle with here. And so you have seen that portion of your tax rate decline in recent years. That's a function of House Bill 3. So generally speaking, the faster your property values are growing, the lower that portion of your tax rate will be, and it allows you to give some property tax relief to the taxpayer. The next acronym that we'll talk through so that you just kind of have this foundation is what we call the local fund assignment. So you'll see the acronym LFA. This is the calculation that we do as a state to determine how much of the total cost of educating kids we think the district can afford to cover on its own. And so the formula is written there for you, but what we do is take your property value, divide it by 100, and apply that Tier 1 tax rate. So it's really just, it's not actually what you do collect, but it's what the state thinks you should be able to collect given the property value that you have. So as your property value goes up, right, your local fund assignment goes up. As your property value falls, your local fund assignment falls, and this is sort of an equalization function of the system. Now, the sort of one positive I would point out is that as your MCR falls, as that Tier 1 tax rate falls, that kind of keeps that local share a little bit in check, and that was one of the new functions in House Bill 3. So then, there are some funding elements. These are largely set by the legislature, right, that are used in the formulas that will calculate state aid. The first and sort of most important sort of foundational piece of the funding formulas is what we call the basic allotment. It's set by the legislature. They can change it in the appropriations bill should they ever want to. And right now it's $6,160. So each student who comes to school every single day and who doesn't participate in any of the special programs that might draw extra weighted funding, right, would be worth this base $6,160. And so the legislature can come back periodically and change that as it wishes. One of the things that we'll talk about here in a minute, and Elaine's going to show you a demonstration of it, is we use these student counts and this basic allotment to calculate what we call an entitlement. And so this entitlement is sort of the state's view of what it should cost your district to operate schools, right? And so that entitlement, in turn, is going to be funded through a combination of different funding sources, primarily the available school fund, local property tax revenue, and state aid. And so we'll talk to you a little bit more about how that works. But the sort of total amount of funding, that's sort of your entitlement, right, which is calculated by sort of counting up how many kids you have, applying their funding weights, and then multiplying them by the basic allotment. Fundamentally, that's how Tier 1 of the foundation school program works. Then the next sort of piece that the legislature also sets is if you choose to adopt a tax rate that's higher than the sort of MCR that the state sets for you, the state decides how much revenue every penny of tax effort is worth. And this is all sort of driven by the state's desire to equalize, right, to make sure that children in one district have access to sort of similar resources as children in another district. So the state has decided what each penny of tax effort is worth, and they do that by setting what they call the guaranteed yield. So really what that means is if your district chooses to add this particular penny of tax effort onto your tax rate, it's going to be worth this dollar amount of revenue per student. And so that's, that dollar amount is also set in statute by the legislature, and it's what we call the guaranteed yield. And so then there's as Elaine will show you, once we calculate all of this up, sort of the how much do you get up, we split it into a state share and a local share, right? And that local share will be determined by largely your property wealth. And the state share is really just the difference between the total that we calculated and what the state thinks you can afford to cover on your own based on your property wealth. I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the formulas now using those words right in context. And so this graph here is kind of intended just to sort of show you it is to scale, right? And so it's just to sort of intended to sort of put these relative portions of the funding formula into context for you. So you can see here that currently Tier 1 sort of is set by the state MCR, or that first portion of your tax rate, which in your district is 82.2 cents. In some districts, it's up to nearly 92 cents, but your property values were growing faster than other districts, and so it's been that tax rate, that Tier 1 portion of the tax rate's been pushed down here. But you can see that's the biggest portion of your M&O tax rate, right? And that's really largely, that amount of funding there is largely driven by the basic allotment. And then you can see you have 5 pennies of what we call enrichment. So that's what your district has chosen to tax itself above that state set MCR. You've chosen to add 5 additional pennies, and so you can see that little orange sliver there in that bar chart. And that we'll talk to you about a little bit more as we go forward, but you do have some flexibility there over how many pennies you choose to add to your tax rate there. And then the last portion of your tax rate is your INS tax rate, and it looks like that's 46.5 cents right now, and that's what you're using to repay bonded debt that you've levied to build facilities in the district. And And so that's really how the formula system works. The state aid comes into play really on those first two pieces on the M&O side. So tier 1 and tier 2, you're going to draw some matching state aid or some state aid in addition to the local taxes you raise. But for your INS taxes or your bond taxes are really all local. In Leander, the state really, there's no recapture on those taxes, which we'll talk about in a minute, and there's no state aid that's really going to help you make those bond payments, save for a couple of small hold harmless programs. You're really repaying those bond payments on your own. And so I'm gonna stop here, or do you want me to explain it first?
So explain.
I'll go ahead and explain it first. Okay, so this slide here is intended to show you how, tier 1, which if we just go back one slide, that's the biggest chunk of your program, right? That's funded by the first 82.2 cents of your tax effort on your M&O tax rate. So how do we calculate what those pennies are worth to the district, right? So what the state is doing is they're summing up a number of different allotments based on the number of children who are coming to school every day and the programs they participate in here. And so if you look at the sort of funnel-shaped graphic over on the right here, you can see we start with refined ADA, and that sort of generates what we call the regular program allotment, which is just sort of your core base funding. But then we have several additional programs that we add on to that, right? Special education children draw additional weighted funding, including special education students who are served in the regular classroom in a mainstream setting. We also have career and technology education, bilingual education, gifted and talented education. All of those children, as they come to school every day, are counted present, and that data is submitted to TEA, and weighted funding is added on to that base funding you get at 6160. And so what the state does then is, at the end of the year, right, it adds up all of those kids times all of those weights times that allotment and gets a total amount of money. And then it's going to assign out, how are we going to fund that? What are the methods of finance? It's going to start by filling in available school fund payments, and then it's going to look at what it thinks you can afford to cover through the local property tax, and then it's going to fill in the rest. And so Elaine, I think, is going to show you how that might work.
If she can figure out the mic.
We may need mic help over here.
Okay, so if a picture is worth 1,000 words, we're hoping a demonstration is worth 1,000 formulas. So this is going to represent our Tier 1 entitlement. The size of this jar is going to be dependent upon all of the things Amanda just mentioned. All right, so we're going to start with our students, right? So here are our students. So every student that comes to school fills our funding bucket. Some of our students, as Amanda said, might be in special ed, so they're weighted, so we're going to use little poker chips to represent more money for them. Our students in career tech programs, again, more weighting, so more money. So all of our kids go in this bucket. Comp ed, they get more money. Bilingual, they get more money. We have a lot of pre-K students in our district, but they only get half funding, so we're going to take some of them out. So we'll put all of our students in here. Timmy comes, but he doesn't come very often, so he doesn't get to go fully in. And sometimes Susie comes, and sometimes she doesn't. So you saw our ADA last week was 89%, so I need to pull out some of these students. So the other way we get funding, as Amanda said, we get money for transportation. So based on the miles that we drive, so we're going to get some funding for that. We are a fast growth district. Now, fast growth allotment is very tricky because the total amount will be dependent upon all districts that are fast growth and how much money the state has to distribute among all the fast growth districts. But for fast growth, we're going to represent construction. Now, this is not construction money. This is just because we're fast growth and building schools to accommodate that. And then finally, when we open a school, we get new instructional facilities allotment, $1,000 a student that attends that new school. So that NIFA money goes into this Tier 1 entitlement. So there's what we're going to earn in Tier 1. What would change that? Nope. This is going to be set based on all of these components: students, fast growth, NIFA, transportation.
Attendance.
Attendance. More kids come, this bucket would grow. Less kids come, this bucket will shrink, right? How are we going to fund this bucket? We're going to start with that available school fund money, right? So we're going to pour in available school fund money. And I learned something new. I think I had heard that it was land set aside, but didn't know they were still doing that. So there's our available school. That goes in first. That's set, that 402 a kid, so that's set. A little more. Well, that's good enough. All right. Next component, before we figure out if the state is going to pitch in, how much is our local collections going to generate? So this is our tax revenue. So we're going to pour that in. So let's say our values generate enough taxes to get that much revenue. Is our funding bucket full?
No. Nope.
So guess what? The state is going to play, and they're going to fill our bucket to the top. So our bucket is now full. We've got the available school fund, we've got our tax collections on the M&O side, and we've got our state aid. Pretty simple, huh? Complication is we don't know the size of this bucket until the school year is done. And we're doing all of these estimates about 18 months ahead of this being final. But if we're good guessers, then this is what we're going to get. And it's beautiful, isn't it pretty? Now our kids can't breathe, but
Press the button, the little microphone button there with a green.
Sorry about that. I would just echo what Elaine said about, I have never, in all the years I've done this, seen a harder year to try to estimate revenue. And so it just, that piece of, and normally in a fast-growing district, right, you like being funded on current year enrollment counts. You don't want to be funded on last year's counts because in this district, unlike some other districts, they're higher than last year's in most of the time. But this element of uncertainty has made the budget process just incredibly challenging because you're really budgeting for unknown and you're even funding, here we are more than halfway through the year and we're really still in the unknown. And so that has certainly added a real and significant challenge that we're dealing with statewide. But what we want to talk about next is what happens when your green sand overfills your bucket, right? And so as Elaine was explaining to you, the size of the bucket is fixed. It's fixed based on the number of children who show up every day and the programs they participate in. And those are the only really things that can change the size of your bucket. Your property values may grow fast enough that even with that tax compression, you're going to have more green sand than your bucket will hold. And when that happens, you become subject to the recapture provisions in state law. And so one thing that you should know is the recapture applies in Tier 1, which is what we've been talking about so far. And then it does not apply for the first 8 pennies of tax effort above Tier 1. So sometimes somebody, when I was walking in, said, oh, are you here to talk to us about the golden pennies and the copper pennies, right? This is the one thing everyone seems to know about state aid in Texas. But the sort of golden pennies are the most highly equalized, in that the state has set the yield for each penny at the highest level in the system, and the state has said we are not going to recapture those pennies. So anything you collect above that state guarantee, you get to keep, even if your property values grow, it won't be subject to recapture. But then if you were to choose to adopt a tax rate, right now you have 5 golden pennies, you can have 3 more if you want. Then if you were to choose to continue to adopt a tax rate higher than that, you would owe recapture on those last 9 pennies in the system. Sometimes we call those the copper pennies because they're the least funded pennies in the system, so they're the lowest guarantee on those pennies. And so recapture essentially occurs, and recapture now in the state system, they've sort of renamed it excess local revenue. But essentially recapture occurs anytime the state, by looking at your property value, decides that you should be able to collect more than the state has decided that component of the formulas are worth. That money gets sent back to the state and effectively redistributed to other districts. So a lot of times we get questions, how does sort of new law compare to old law, right? How does what we did under House Bill 3 compare to the law we had in place prior to House Bill 3? And so really, they work very similarly. One of the main things is probably under new law, it's easier to explain. We used to talk about wealth per weighted student, and mathematically, really, that worked out to be effectively collecting back the overage, but now we just collect the overage sort of more direct and easy to explain. Another piece that's significantly different and probably really important in this district is in the old system, when the state decided how much you should be able to pay for on your own, it looked at last year's property value. And you guys probably liked that for 2 reasons. Elaine liked it because it made it easier to estimate what she was going to get from the state, right? Because that was a known. That was at least one thing you knew before the school year started. But the other reason you probably liked it in this district is that was a lower value than the value you were getting to use to collect taxes. And so you had what we called, you had a lag benefit because you got to collect taxes on a property value that was higher than the property value that the state was using to see how much help you needed or how much recapture you owed. That aspect of the system is gone, and the state's now truing up with your current year value. And what they do really is they pay you based on a guess about what your property value is, and then they get the real value and they substitute that in, and then they settle up. And so they either call you and say, sorry, you were overpaid, or they write you a check for the difference. And so if they were paying you on a property value that was lower, then at settle up, it'll turn out you owe some of that back, essentially. So that's a really significant difference. Another difference is that if you were property wealthy and you owed recapture, you used to get to keep all of your available school fund money. It didn't fill up the bucket. It was given to you outside the bucket. And so property wealthy districts sort of got that as a little benefit that's now sort of gone. And so that now is just a function of your benefit and serves to just increase recapture. And so that way, the downside is you don't get the benefit of that revenue. The upside is the state would argue it's more equal, right? And so, but it's not money you get to sort of keep outside the system anymore. And so I think of it as a coffee cup. The count of students you have and the programs they participate in determine the size of your cup. But if you have more coffee than will fit in that cup, you're going to be sending the rest of that back to the state. And so that's what we call excess local revenue. And just importantly, there's, as we said, no recapture on the golden pennies. There's also no recapture on your bond pennies. So as your property value grows, you don't have to send any of those INS taxes back to the state. You can use all of that revenue to repay bonded debt. And so really effectively, you're asking this question, does the available school fund payments I get plus my local share exceed the total Tier 1 entitlement? If it does, then you're going to go recapture. If it doesn't, then you don't owe any recapture, and you're likely to get some state aid on top. And so here's some just sort of calculations that sort of prove up how that works. And I think Elaine.
So Amanda did a beautiful job of explaining all of that, but again, to demonstrate, so we're going to have the same Tier 1 bucket. So we have the same available school fund, we have the same students, everything. This is all the same. We're going to assume that this was the 8% growth that you see on the chart. And so you can see if the entitlement was $320 million and the taxes and available school fund filled up 304, then the state aid filled it up to make the 320. Now, in this jar, we're going to illustrate what happens when the values, Vanna doesn't have her props, go up. So let's say that values go up to 12%. So we're going to have more tax collections. And it fills the jar. Oh no, we're out of tax money. So we'll say 10% fills the jar right to the top. Do we have any room for state aid? So guess what? The state's happy, right? They don't have to pitch in to this title entitlement, Title 1 or Tier 1 entitlement. What happens if values grow crazy fast, and this is what we're teetering on happening this upcoming budget year, then, spills over. And, Vanna, where's my broom? What happens to this spillage? What is that called? Recapture. So what changed between the two? Value growth, right? The students stayed the same, the allotment stayed the same, but now we have excess local revenues, so we're sending those back.
So basically, one of the things that we hear a lot is our property values are increasing. Doesn't that mean more money for the schools? And so what it is that the bucket is determined. The bucket is determined outside of the property values. And so once that bucket is determined, then it doesn't matter how much or it's just determined.
So these excess or these increases in values don't change our bucket.
Yeah, I would add to your observation, historically, if we look at the 8% bucket, right, as our local revenues increased, we got to keep those, but they were offset by less state revenue. So it's not like we got more money. Right. Even when we were growing, we would get the same amount. It was just a question of whether it was coming from our own local taxes or whether it was coming from the state. Now we're getting to a point where we may see more collection than the entitlement, and we'll have to send that back.
And, and the growth is not, is it not just from the increase in property values, but also from the number of homes as well? So
the homes increase the values because they add to our tax base.
Correct, yes, okay. So it's not like, even if our home values, tax values go up by, say, 2%, but we add like 1 million homes, that's adding to our tax base.
Do the next slide and we'll continue.
So we collect that recapture in Tier 1, and then we don't collect it on the golden penny portion of Tier 2, but then we do collect it should you ever elect to go into the copper penny portion of Tier 2. You'll owe some recapture on that as well. If your revenue exceeds, the state set guaranteed yield. And so the state guaranteed yield, as we said, is higher on those first 8 pennies. It's $98.56 per penny of tax effort per weighted student. Is kind of what the state says each of those pennies is worth. And then for the last pennies in the system, those final 9 pennies, each penny is worth $49.28. And then it's just determining, well, what mix of that is going to be state aid and what's going to be local revenue. And it's a little more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying it. So if you go through and do all of the calculations, it won't be exactly that, but basically that's what it is. And so what you want to do is kind of internalize some of these rules, right? More students generally mean more state aid or less recapture, right? That's the way you get to additional revenue in this system. Higher tax rates also can mean more total revenue, right? It can also mean more state aid. It can also mean a little bit more recapture, but it still will mean more total revenue to the district because you're not sending all of what you collect back to the state, right? But higher property values, to your point, right? They just mean either less state aid or more recapture, but they don't change the total size of your bucket. You're exactly right. So those are kind of the sort of rules that you need to internalize as you're out doing the really difficult work of trying to explain this to people in the community. And so the other thing that'll be interesting about this for the, oh, sorry, yes.
Wait. Okay, there's more. So to demonstrate those tier 2 pennies, so remember that's tier 1, that's set in stone. Our tier 2 pennies, as Amanda said, those golden yield more. So they're 98.56, which happens to be 160% of that basic allotment. The thing about this jar, so we've already got the 5. Well, you'll see the state is kicking in. So right now our tax collections are not yielding that full 98 per watt a penny. And so the state is helping get to that 98.56 yield. The interesting thing about this jar is if we went for the 3 pennies to fill it and the yield increased, we would lose the blue, but the jar could grow because these don't get recaptured. So this 98.56 yield can grow. It may not have blue sand, it might all be green, but it's not capped. So these are truly golden and worth a lot. Now, these copper pennies, to get these 3 and to get money in this, and to fill this bucket or this, I got to have the taxpayers through an election tell me, yes, you can fill this bucket by taking those 3 pennies and possibly some of these pennies. Now these pennies only yield 49.28. So if we get a penny and it yields $55, right now our calculations are a third of that goes back. So we take another penny, we get a little bit more than 49, some of that goes back, so that all we get on these pennies is that 49.28. But we can't fill the rest of this jar or any of this jar without an election.
And so, the other thing before we sort of talk about any elections you would need to have additional pennies is you may need to think about a what we call a Chapter 49 election. So one of the things that always would surprise people, and I used to have the job at TEA of calling people and welcoming them to recapture, so those were always fun calls to make. But one of the things they would have to do is constitutionally in Texas, we've reserved the property tax for local governments. And so constitutionally, you actually can't make your recapture payments to the state without getting permission from your voters. And so, we would get the question a lot, well, why would my voters ever vote yes for that? And lo and behold, after really considering it, voters in all Texas districts have eventually agreed to vote yes to send those recapture payments back to the state. And that's because even though constitutionally the property tax is reserved for local governments, the state gets to draw district boundaries. And so what the state's sort of weapon is that it kind of holds in the background is it could come in if it ever wanted to and take property away from your district and just give it to another district and equalize that way. And remember when we said we don't recapture on the golden pennies and we don't recapture on your bond taxes. It turns out that it is in the voters' best interest to keep that property value because they can then, for example, repay their bonded debt at a lower tax rate. So there has been a district, Houston ISD, actually, the first time they went out to the voters, Houston ISD voted no. They, if you just look at it on the ballot, you think, well, no, thank you, I'll keep my tax dollars. And so then the state actually kind of started down that road of looking at the data and trying to figure out, well, how much should we give to Aldine and how much should we give to A-Leaf? And they decided to have a second election, and at that point it passed. And that's really because it's still better to have that tax base here, as unpleasant as making those recapture payments turns out to be. And then we were going to talk.
I just want to point out, it's very important to notice that LISD has never held this attendance credit election. And so when we do go into recapture again, now the district has made recapture payments in the past, very, very small. But the provisions under House Bill 3 now require that we would have to have this election. So whether we pay recapture in 22-23 or 23-24, this election is necessary because it has not been held.
And what rules pertain to when that election can be called?
So I knew you were going to ask that, and hopefully Amanda knows the rules because it's very confusing.
They don't have to be on the general election date, so you do have some flexibility in terms of when you choose to call it. The issue that you'll have to think through is sort of cost. Yeah. So, yeah. so I think often it's on the general, either the May or November general election date. I'm fairly certain that that's. So, but that is something you want to begin planning for and begin educating your voters about, so that they can, because when you just look at the ballot language, I mean, it can be very easy to sort of make the other choice, and it's not actually the choice that's in their best interest. So the next piece we wanted to talk about is what if you were to decide you wanted some of those golden pennies or some of those copper pennies. By statute, you can't have more than 5 pennies in Tier 2 without seeking voter approval, getting the voters' permission to levy those pennies. And so we call those voter approval tax rate elections, or sometimes they're called voter approval tax ratification elections. And that's because you actually adopt the tax rate, and then the voter is coming along behind you and ratifying, saying yes to the decision that the board already made. And so you might consider these for a number of reasons. The first is sort of what Elaine showed you so clearly with the sand, and that's the size of your bucket really is capped other than this, and the student growth you have. But if you want to do things like maintain the same staff to student ratios you have now, but provide for salary increases, and if you were to decide you needed more revenue from that, then adding additional pennies actually is one of the things you can do to increase the size of the cup. And I'm going to let Elaine talk a little bit about some of the things that are more unique to the district.
Yes, and then I'd like you to explain why it's a November election only.
Sure.
So, with the onset of COVID, we saw interest rates drop dramatically. Our interest revenue dropped $5 million overnight. Those rates have not recovered, and so that was a revenue source that we lost. Our other revenue sources are picking up, but still lagging behind historical levels. And in that area, I'm talking about facility rentals, game receipts, just the miscellaneous revenues that have been impacted by COVID. We saw with Tier 1, we could increase that Tier 1 bucket with more students, but more students bring more cost, right? And so more students means more facilities, more teachers, more resources. We do have the ability to reduce the INS rate some to offset an increase on the M&O side. And then as Amanda spoke to, without these additional revenues, we would be looking at reducing programs or maybe not being able to sustain the 22-to-1 or the other class size ratios that we have. So there's a myriad of reasons of why we would want to start considering this process. And then it's important to note that because of logistical and just time frames, a November election is really the only option. Now, I do know of a district that did this successfully in May. I don't know really how they pulled that off, but we're gonna talk about we've got to have our values. You've got to set a budget before you set a tax rate. You've got to trigger the election by a certain date. And so the logistics of that are just make a May election nearly impossible.
Yeah, our read of it, under prior law, you could hold a tax ratification election outside of one of the two uniform election dates. Current law, if you read the statute, it says that you have either the May or November election date, but the problem is you can't hold the TRE until you've adopted the tax rate. It is adopting a tax rate in excess of your voter approval tax rate that triggers the election, and you're not allowed to adopt a tax rate until you have your property value. And so we think as a practical matter, the option's not there, even if you can still read the words in statute that technically allow for it. We think as a practical matter, you really can't.
Just a question on a couple of the boxes there, if I can. If you want to go on, I'll come back to it later.
Fine, go ahead.
Yeah. On the students, I'm a little perplexed, I guess, because in my mind, students are sort of by definition net neutral in terms of revenue and cost. Obviously, not all students are created equal, but just adding students shouldn't strain a system financially, right? Because adding students also means more revenue. So I'm a little perplexed about that one. And then I guess the second one for me that I puzzled over a little bit was the program cuts. That seems to me to be a choice based on sort of the revenue posture. That isn't necessarily required by any of this. That's just a decision, a balancing decision we would make, right?
In terms of the students, are you speaking to the fast growth allotment?
Not necessarily. I guess the way I read this box is it says that adding students drives revenue up, but it also drives costs up. And for me, that's kind of a common sense. Those two should go up in equal amounts or approximately equal amounts. And so adding students doesn't necessarily mean you need a voter approval tax ratification election.
I think I took it as adding students doesn't solve your budget problem, right? So if you have growing costs, adding students, the way I read this, doesn't necessarily solve that problem for you because they, yes, add revenue, but also add costs.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're saying the same thing. It's neutral.
I would agree.
It neither contributes nor prevents.
There are some costs associated with growing rapidly. Opening new schools costs more. You know, there are some costs like that. But Elaine, I don't know if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not dollar for dollar. So you can have one additional student in a kindergarten class, and now you have to add a teacher. So that student might be generating $8,300 a year, but that teacher costs $56,000 a year. So it's not saying that because we have more students, we have to do this. I'm just saying, yes, students drive revenue increases, but more students also potentially bring additional cost. So it's not a dollar for dollar. And then, you know, having more revenues reduces the need to cut programs even further. So our situation is we've got a budget deficit. Do we want to solve that deficit by cutting costs or increasing revenues, or a combination of the two? And it's probably going to be a combination of the two.
Yeah, I guess just to summarize, and we can move on. I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but I read this as reasons why we would need to consider voter approval tax ratification election, right? These are drivers of VATRE. And I just didn't see how program cuts by itself is a driver. There's something else driving that. Those are choices or those are decisions. It's something more fundamental to the revenue or the other funding elements. It in and of itself isn't a reason to do this. It's a byproduct, right? It may happen simultaneously.
I don't know if I'm completely tracking with the program comment you're making, Aaron, but I'll continue to noodle on it. I do want to go back though to the net neutral comment you made, in that I do want to be careful, because since that comment's out there, I remember this in a hearing where a district was saying a student was going to a charter school and it cost the school money. And they said, well, but the argument was kind of like it's net neutral, right? That student gets, you only spend this much, so that student goes, you don't need to spend that funding. To your point, it's not necessarily net neutral because we hire the teachers, or we have the classroom, or we pulled in the program space. And so I understand there's a question of why, but I think just the word net neutral may give a small misnomer, so I just want to caution as we go. I'm not saying you're saying that, Erin, I just want to be cautious. Did I sum that up right, Amanda? Because you could probably say it much better than the way I do it.
Yeah, and I think we may be, I'm not sure there's a disagreement here. I think, and I'm not the right person to speak to your particular budget, but if it's the case that you have a budget deficit, if you want to maintain the same staff to student ratio that you have, then you need to either cut cost or raise revenue, and adding pennies is a way to raise revenue. So I think that's sort of the point that I think is trying to be made here. You're right. I mean, not every additional student in the system brings with it the same cost, and not every student who leaves brings with it the same savings, but that's probably a different discussion, but that has having to do with fixed costs, right? That is sort of but I'm not sure that is, anyway, that is an interesting conversation to have, which of your costs are fixed and which are flexible, and as we begin to cut budgets, what are the costs that can be cut one-to-one, and what are harder to cut is an interesting sort of conversation that, but maybe like a little bit of a different one than we're having here.
Oh, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. That is different.
But you're not wrong.
And I'm not saying that Erin was going off to that, but I'm just saying when we threw out the word net neutral, I was concerned we were trying to, I just don't, so
Gotcha.
keep going.
Understood.
We'll see how we get.
Sure. So, and so I think, again here, I think this is really a review slide. The state's going to determine how many Tier 1 pennies you have. You all are going to determine how many Tier 2 pennies you have. So far, you've taken 5 golden pennies. You've got 3 golden pennies remaining at your discretion, and then 9 additional copper pennies. And those 9 pennies would be subject to recapture potentially. And so I think Elaine's going to talk to you about what the pennies are worth.
Sorry, stole it from you. So eager. So yes, so these were some preliminary numbers based on our data. Now remember, all of this is subject to change as we get better estimates, but saying a what if, so what if every data element that we used this past 2 weeks came true, then those golden pennies are generating just under $5 million. Again, no recapture, so you can see a cumulative effect. 2 pennies would bring just under 10 million, and 3 pennies would bring 14.7 million. We have access the 5, as we've said. They're not subject to recapture, and they could generate additional state aid if we're not hitting the 98 yield on our own. So that's what a golden penny is worth. On the copper pennies, so this is really small. Hopefully you can see it at your station, but right now, those copper pennies, we get to keep about 66% of the revenue that's generated. So each copper penny is generating 3.6. So you can see already it's worth less than the golden that was generating 4.9 because the yield is reduced. There is a recapture on this. So basically we're getting 2.4 million of every copper penny. And just to show you the full value of all 9, taking all 9 of those plus the 3 golden would give us $36 million. We're not saying that's what we're doing. This is just for illustration purposes. But if you did 3 golden pennies and 1 copper, that bumps revenues up by 17 million. 2 would bump to 19 million, and so forth. So Elaine, how would we go for additional M&O pennies without increasing the overall tax rate, right? That's what I know you're gonna ask, so let's talk about that. So we know today that our M&O rate will decrease again because our property values are increasing more than the state average. And so today we're projecting that decrease to be just under 2 pennies, so nearly 2 pennies rounded up. It was interesting last year, we thought we knew what the floor was, and then the last minute the floor dropped again, and so we had even more compression. Our current INS rate of 46.5 pennies is generating more revenues as our property values rise. So can we lower the INS rate to offset an increase in the M&O? Yes, but how much? Well, there's a lot to be taken into account to determine how much. The big piece there is how much do we need for our existing debt, because that is not going away. But more importantly, what are we going to do as far as future bonds? Are we going to have another election in 22? Are we going to have another one following that? Is the election going to be in 23? And so why do I care if I'm having an election? Well, if I lower the INS too much, then the next time we go to bond, we would have to increase the INS back up. So if we want to try to manage the tax rate and keep it level or have a reduction, we need to be cognizant of what is happening on the INS side. There is some certainty that interest rates are rising, and so that will affect what we need to keep in INS. But today we are saying that lowering the INS rate by 3 pennies does not at all jeopardize our ability to pay current debt. It would allow us to issue future debt and continue to pay debt early while also generating almost $15 million on the operations side. So a simple transfer from INS to M&O with a net neutral on the tax rate solves both buckets. We could potentially lower the INS rate by 5.5 pennies, and still issue $1.2 billion in future debt without a tax increase. Now, again, there's a lot of things that are subject to change. We've worked with PFM for probably a month now, running different scenarios. And so by looking at some of our callable debt in the future and the money we'll have available for defeasances or refundings over the next 3 years, 5.5 cents could be attainable. And so just to show you what the total tax rate then could look like with a VATRE and a transfer from INS. So in the first column, you're going to see our current 2021 tax rate. So the MCR is 8,220, and in all scenarios, the compression today is forecast to be just over 80 cents, 80.46 cents. Remember, we already have those 5 golden pennies, so those would remain. The first level, you would get your golden pennies first. You don't pass your golden and go to copper. You get your golden first. So we have those 3. So in the first or the second column, let's look at adding the 3 golden pennies. So if we keep the compression that's happening on the MCR and just move 3 pennies from the INS side to the M&O side, you can see the total tax rate still decreases like we would project it to anyway. So the total tax rate would be at 1.3196 versus 1.337, and we would get 14.7 million. To me, that's a win-win for everybody. So lowering of the tax rate, we get the pennies in the right bucket for operations and debt, and taxpayers don't see anything but a decrease in the tax rate. And I'll remind you here, there will be a referendum in May for taxpayers to approve an increase on the homestead exemption, so that would bring additional tax relief to property owners. Then in the third column, okay, what if we did 5 pennies? So we took the 3 golden and 2 copper, so that would give us an M&O rate of just over 90 cents. We'll move 3 of those golden and 2 of those copper from INS, so that's a reduction on INS down to a tax rate of 41.50. Still see a decrease in the total tax rate and nearly $20 million for operations. So it's really about balancing all of the dollars available to the district and putting them in the right buckets in order to provide programs on operations side and build schools and service debt on the debt side. Then we looked at, okay, how do we get 7 pennies and keep the tax rate the same? You add an additional half of a penny from INS, so the reduction is now 5.5, and that compression on the MCR rate is absorbed. So that compression, so we take it from the MCR and we move it to a copper penny, and that gives you just over 4 copper pennies and keeps the tax rate at the same level it is today and generates 24 million. So there are 1,000 different iterations of this that you could do. You could do half pennies. We didn't look at 4, 4.5, 4.75. So these are the scenarios we gave you. We know this will spur discussion, but we just want to illustrate what would a VATRE look like, how would that help operations, and how does that keep us still sound on the debt side. And I see lots of buttons ready to flash, so I will stop there.
Board members?
The one question I think I have for this slide is comparing column 2 to column 3. In aggregate, it's the same tax rate, but column 3 generates more M&O revenue, but I can't see the loss in INS revenue. So I'm trying to understand sort of what's the net change. Is it right to assume that because it's the same tax rate, it's the same total number of dollars? We're just changing M&O dollars to INS dollars, or, and I think this is maybe more correct, I think this may be less efficient because those copper pennies aren't really equivalent to an INS penny.
So those copper pennies aren't equivalent to an INS penny because of the recapture factor. So you are correct. You are basically switching dollars from the total, the tax rate is going to be the tax rate. So how many of those go to debt? How many of those go to operations? So yes.
So if we look at total revenue in column 2 versus column 3, column 2 is going to give us, maybe that's not right. Yeah, I guess it is. More total revenue in column 2 because INS is more efficient than the copper pennies. It's changing where they're located, but we're giving some of that back through recapture on the copper pennies. Is that correct?
Yes, in column 3, you would give some of those 2 penny yields back through recapture.
Unless we're not in recapture.
It's going to depend on what the values are for that penny to yield based on our values.
Even if we're not in recapture, those copper pennies are less efficient.
I mean,
than
right
an
now
INS penny.
on our value projections, we're in recapture on those copper. Yeah.
The only other thing I would just encourage you to take into consideration is what you want to use the pennies for. Because if they're INS pennies, they must be used to pay bonded debt. If they're M&O pennies, they must be used to fund the operations of the district. And so it's an important question, how much in total they're worth, but it's also, what do you need the money for?
I think inherent in that too is what you choose to put on which side of the ledger, right? I mean, there are some things that could come out of M&O budget or could be paid for with bonded debt. We have some choices about some things. Employees, payroll, that's not one of those things, right?
Board members, any other questions? Dr. Gehring, anything jump out at you?
I just want to say thank y'all, because school finance is a beast in itself, and I think it's really important to help our community understand how complicated school finance is, and I really appreciate y'all doing this tonight. I really do. Thank you.
You are very welcome. I appreciate Amanda being here to walk through this. And
Thanks for having me. If there's anything I can do or answer questions in terms of follow-up, I'm happy to do it.
Well, Amanda, this board, and Elaine, you know, we have tons of questions. So the fact that we're sitting here noodling, good job on the presentation, right? You've given us some stuff to sit there and we'll noodle on. We may follow up with phone calls through Elaine and you. Thank y'all so much. Before you pack up over there, somebody better get pictures for the board because we're all going to want to be able to tweet out later.
Well, we have a big mess over there to
the great picture
clean
we
up.
had this evening. And I'm not going to give a break for board members, so if y'all want to take a break to go get picture, I mean, just stand up and go get the picture because we're going to keep moving forward with discussion. We have a long night. Thank you so much, Amanda and the team, for doing that. And I'm serious, y'all get a picture before you pack up over there. All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Consider approval of the 2022-2023 budget assumptions and parameters. All right, Elaine, now you get to follow that up with the nitty-gritty.
Sorry, I had my notes on my computer. I will remind you that we did look at the assumptions at the December board meeting, and the purpose of adopting the assumptions is so that the administration and the board are on the same page from the beginning of the budget process. So with these assumptions, we'll start preparing the budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. That just sounds crazy to say out loud. As we built these assumptions, keep in mind we were trying to address what we were hearing as needs. So the first thing I'm hearing as far as a need in the district is higher salaries. Unfortunately, we've built in a 2% pay raise, not a 10 or a 20 or anything that people would really want, but we did add $5 million for pay adjustments, and that pay study is underway. I'm hearing a desire for additional programs. You just approved an early college high school program, so we did build in $1 million for that, and additional staffing for our special ed and pre-K programs. I'm hearing a need to facilitate student growth, so we know that we're now delayed in bond funds. So we have $1 million for portables. We have additional staff based on our current staffing guidelines. And then we did put in $6 million for major maintenance. So in December, we also showed you what these assumptions generate as far as a budget, a total budget, or the bottom line. And basically, the bottom line showed that we can't afford any of these additional costs. So we've got our work from this point will be focused on either reducing costs through reductions in programs, increasing revenues through what we just illustrated, or perhaps a combination of both. So this evening we're seeking approval of the assumptions so that we can start building the budget for 22-23.
A question about the assumptions. When you talk about staffing increases for staff, is that all teachers, including, or all educators, including teachers, substitute teachers, IAs, transportation, Sienna? Is it everybody across the board?
So are you referring to the $5 million that's for
Yes,
pay? So that would have to cover all of those. Will it cover all of those? Absolutely not.
Elaine, can you describe the campus per student allocation being maintained, what that bullet entails?
Yes, so each campus gets a certain dollar amount per student, and then they get an additional dollar amount for their special program students. So special ed gets additional funding, comp ed, et cetera. Those were established many years ago. Last year, we did adjust allocations to make an adjustment for fine arts and PE. And so what that bullet means is we have not increased those and we have not decreased those. So those would remain the same. So our campuses would be funded at the same levels.
I think I'm good with the assumptions. I would like to encourage investigation of both revenue and expense options. We heard in citizen comments this evening about one revenue option, the teacher incentive allotment. If there are others out there, I would like us to investigate those and see what opportunities may exist that we're not already taking advantage of.
Board members, are there any other questions? Otherwise, we need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2022-2023 proposed assumptions under the moderate growth model to be used in preparing the preliminary 2022-2023 general fund budget.
I second.
Have a motion from Anna, a second from Christine. Any other discussion? Okay, all those board members in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to the next agenda item. Consider approval of the revised fiscal year 2021-2022 internal audit plan. Helene? Yeah. You don't want the Sandy table? Our budget finance is all over that table.
Good evening. This is the first time I've been able to speak to you guys within the same night that the board meeting started. So yay, yay, yay. So as y'all are aware, when I came to y'all with our audit plan in June, we were fully staffed. Since that time, we had some people leave, we had some people join us, and we're now, as of just last month, fully staffed again, which is great. The problem with that is, as a result of the loss of staff during the last 6 months and the additional training that's required, we won't be able to meet the current plan that we originally approved. So that is why we brought an adjusted plan to you to review, and if you have any questions, let me know. And I'll need a vote for y'all to move forward.
Board members, if there's no questions, then I'll need a motion.
I move that the revised FY 21-22 internal audit plan be approved as presented.
I second.
Motion from Christine, second from Anna. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
All right, thank you all so much.
All right, the 10-year capital renewal plan, we don't have our guest here this evening, so we're gonna move this to, is it our next agenda item, Dr. Gehring?
Yes.
At next meeting?
Yeah, next meeting, yes. We have one of our members who is sick, and so we ask that that be moved off.
Okay. All right, board members, so that item will be moved off. There's no objection, okay. Then we'll move on to our student experience discussion, and we'll start with the much-awaited academic calendar development update.
Hooray. Good belated evening, Madam President, members of the board. So we're here tonight to share and discuss administrative recommendation for the 2022-2023 calendar. We'll be asking for consideration for approval at the next meeting. This is a quick review. The presentation from December is attached at the end of this presentation if you want to look and reference any of the data from the community surveys. Got the feedback summary there. I'm not going to read it bullet by bullet. You've seen it before. And this is the draft of the calendar for us to consider and continue discussing tonight. We'll dig into it in the next couple of slides and talk about it. So the first thing I just want to discuss are the operational minutes with the proposed 2022-2023 academic calendar. Reminder that the state requirement is 75,600 operational minutes. You see there in the table, in the second column, the minutes per day for the elementary and middle school calendar dates and the high school, which With this proposed calendar, there will be a total number of operational minutes at the elementary level above the state requirement, 76,965, and for the high school, 77,820, which that banked column, the banked minutes over that minimum state requirement at the elementary and middle school level, that is a total of 1,365 minutes over the minimum requirement. At the elementary level and at the high school level, you see that it is 2,220 minutes over the minimum state requirement. That far right column, a better word than added might have been additional minutes. So when we look at this year's calendar, the proposed calendar is just over 1,000 minutes more at the elementary and middle school level, and about 1,400, it is exactly 1,460 minutes more for the proposed calendar for next year as compared to this year's calendar, which, as you know, includes the early releases.
Matt, we're going to let you get through it before we ask questions, with one exception as you're explaining that. Are those two columns cumulative? Are you adding them together?
No, not at all. So if you look at 76,965 elementary total minutes, and if you take away the minimum requirement, which is 75,600, that's when you get the banked minutes column. Those are the additional minutes that we have in the proposed calendar over and above the minimum requirement. That far right calendar column is just comparing this year's calendar to the proposed calendar. And it just demonstrates or shows the minutes more that the proposed calendar has than the calendar has for this year. So when you look at the start and end dates, as per the survey data, we are starting not quite 1 week later in order to fit things in between this August 17th date and the Memorial Day target for the last day of school date. This year we started on a Thursday, the 12th, and we are moving it to Wednesday, the 17th, which is in the next week, but Wednesday as opposed to Thursday. It still accomplishes the other survey data result, our request, which was to have a short first week. It's not quite as short, 3 days versus 2, but it still gets us into the next week, which was a request that was a pretty overwhelming request among all the survey respondents. And then you see that last school day is the Friday before Memorial Day. This year we are ending on the Thursday before Memorial Day. So by ending on the Friday, again, we're able to get more in to this time frame. So here's a key slide. Staff development and teacher planning and collaboration. That was the key point where there was a wide variety of options and suggestions, recommendations, and preferences. So the key that we all are seeing on the calendar is that all of the early releases have been removed, except for 2 dates at the end, right before winter break and the last day of school. Those early releases are built into this calendar to allow that additional time for teacher work and wrapping up before the winter break and then at the end of the year. So what did we do? So when we looked at the survey data, as we've talked about before, our community and parents and our campus leaders everybody agreed that we wanted staff development time and teacher planning and collaboration time built into the calendar, but the preference of our community members, our parents, and our campus leaders leaned towards adding in more full days as opposed to the early release days. Our teachers leaned more towards the early release days. When we dug into the open responses from our teachers, the main request was to have teacher planning and work time, collaboration time built into our calendar. So I'm going to go through a couple of these bullets. Well, I'm going to go through all of these bullets to explain how we think we have accomplished a compromise, if you will, and honored the survey results and still built in additional time or built-in time for our teachers to have that work time, that planning time, that collaboration time, and also for our campus leaders to have that staff development time, professional learning time, and training time in a format that they stated that they preferred, and our community members said worked better for them in terms of scheduling. So the first thing you'll notice is at the very beginning of before school starts. In our prior calendar, there were, forget about the 3 days for a minute. Those 3 blue days, those are new teacher days. We had 3 new teacher days this year. And we're retaining that. Starting a week later, first thing you notice, it's in August still, which people like that. Starting in July, felt kind of daunting and early. It felt very, very early to our folks. The next thing you'll see is 7 days in yellow, which signifies staff development and / teacher work time. So this past year and in years past, we've only had 5 days built into the beginning of the year for our returning teachers. This year we built in 7. But those 2 additional days are going to be 100% dedicated teacher work days. I really wanted to mark them as such on the calendar, but we need to work with our principals to make sure that we are choosing the right 2 days. But I do want to go on record as saying 2 of those 7 days will be dedicated completely to whatever teachers need to do to get ready for the school year, and teachers will be in charge of what they are doing during those 2 days. The second thing is we did keep the continuous improvement conference for October 10th and 11th. Again, we're trying to front load at the beginning of the year the maximum amount of time for that professional learning, staff development, and training, because then we get the maximum benefit from it with our employees, our teachers, as they work with our kids for the year. We've added a day in September that we didn't have before. It's on September 26th. It's marked in yellow with no additional markings, but I want you to know or note the positioning of that day on September 26th was intentional. That accomplishes 2 things potentially for our campuses. Number one, it's perfectly positioned at the secondary level for the end of the grading period. So teachers can use that to finish up their grades. Teachers can use that, campuses can choose to use that to call parents, email parents, meet with parents. At the elementary level, our hope and our intention is that this will be the time that elementary campuses have requested for parent-teacher conferences. We do get that request every single year. It's been on the calendar some years. This year, early releases were what we said were the times when you could use for that. With early releases going away, we've built in a day right there to get the job done. And if you see, it's kind of like 1 day out of each month at least is a time for either teacher work and collaboration and planning, or staff development, professional learning, or really a combination of those 2. And that's the last bullet. All of the days, whenever we say it's a staff development day or a professional learning day, some of us might conjure up pictures of a bunch of chairs in the audience and then a podium and people coming up to the podium and speaking at you and going through their PowerPoints throughout the course of the day. And that couldn't be farther from the truth with best practices and how we in Leander ISD and our principals and campus leaders conduct professional learning. Professional learning now is chunked similarly to how good teachers teach in the classroom, where there might be a period of time with whole group, but then then you go into your smaller groups, to your teacher teams. It might be your second grade team. It might be the math teachers in grades K2. It might be, the biology team. You're working in those small groups, and you're taking your new learning and using it to develop lessons, to plan projects, and, to do the work you need to do as a teacher. So the expectation, and I don't want to put an exact number on it because there is, we give our principals the professional autonomy to design some of those days, but it ends up being a pretty good balance of time when you might be getting talked at and then you're working as a whole group, and the time that you would be getting as a teacher to plan with your cohort or with your professional learning community. So with the calendar we proposed, we've attempted to strike a balance there with the understanding that the majority of people, that those 4,000 people that filled out the survey, said that early releases, there were some benefits to them, but they really weren't working for the community the way we were hoping they would, or that just the way that is really, you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought for a minute there. But we've attempted to really design in some additional time, some additional days within the calendar in a way that makes sense based on the feedback from our families, so that our teachers do get that collaboration time, that planning time, dedicated work time. You see when, we've retained the day when you come back from winter break, when you come back from spring break, there's that day there. And I know our campuses, those are campus days where our principals always give their teachers a good portion of that time. I would even say in most cases a majority of that time to get prepared for the next quarter, the next grading period, plan with their teams and get things ready to go. And I have talked more than I said I would when I promised Jimmy that I'd be short, but now I really, there's still time for feedback and adjustments. So I'd love to hear that and answer questions and whatnot.
So Matt, this is not up, and board members not up for a vote tonight. This would be on our next agenda.
Correct.
So board members, any questions?
Yes, I had a couple of teachers reach out to me, actually more than a couple, asking if there's a way. I love the calendar, love the full days, great ideas. I'm glad you listened to the community in response. I wonder about pulling the Friday of that first week in August on the 12th, if I'm reading it right. Yeah,
okay.
The 12th, because nobody wants to be at school on a Friday in the summer, it's whatever. Just an idea, if we popped that 12th out and plopped it into April, is there a way to get that day into April so that they have a day in April as well? I'm here, the reason I bring it up is because some of the teachers mentioned that it would be nice to have one kind of at the tail end of the year as well. Just a thought.
So you can, yes, we can do that. The other thing we can consider is with the number of banked minutes that are that you see there, you can also consider adding an additional day for professional learning, staff development, teacher planning and work on that April 10th. There is a precedent for having that day for a bad weather day. We've had the day after that weekend as a bad weather day. What the way statute reads now, you are not required to build bad weather days into your calendar if you have sufficient banked minutes already built in to the calendar. So I would love to hear if there's any appetite for moving that day off the 12th or adding an additional day.
I mean, I'm good with either. If teachers want that full week before, if they've got plans or whatever, that's totally fine. I think just having a day in April is kind of some of the feedback that I got from teachers themselves.
I'm with Christine. Everyone knows how much I love early releases, but I do know how beneficial they've been to our staff. I've been in, the early release Wednesday meetings. I see what they're doing, and my big concern with this is that we keep taking away from our teachers that time in their classroom. And so I love what Christine said, give them as much time as they need at the end of the year, especially. We know how crazy it is. It's ARD season, I know that. But I think that right there, and I talked about this with you with Matt, is my big concern is I know we've got these 2 dedicated teacher work days, and I understand that you're giving it to the principals to decide, but how do we ensure that they're really going to get that? Like, I'm very concerned that, yes, we can say, hey, we're going to give you the work days, but we all know every campus runs differently, and I'm really worried about our educators and making sure they get that planning time, because we all know how important that planning time in that classroom is for them.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing because I got asked the same from like, how are we sure that we can get these 2 days for planning and not for meetings?
Totally agree with you, and at the same time, I know that our principals are tantamount professionals, and they will honor whatever we decide at the next board meeting. That being said, I really did want to list them on the calendar, but we needed more. I do need more time, and I can try. I can make an effort to do that before we come back for approval to talk with our principals and make a decision, because there's the first decision is, do we all need to have it on the same 2 days? Which there are some pluses to that relative to cross-district collaboration, especially people who teach singletons or CTE classes, for instance. We can also designate one of the other 5 days as, like we do, like a district curriculum day, a district like job-alike day, if you will, where people get together and collaborate and plan and get new learning from district staff and things like that. So then in that scenario, principals would be free to choose to maybe select the 2 days, but we definitely would be building the structure to ensure that if we're saying tonight and we're saying when we approve a calendar that 2 of those days are teacher dedicated work days, that would happen. And not only trust but verify, I trust our principals to do it, and we'll also have a system in place to verify that it's happening for our teachers.
Gloria, your mic's been lit for a bit. Do you have something you want to add?
Just when you were asking, do we use minutes or do we move a date? I think that's completely up to your team and to principals in terms of what's needed. I just would like to see like a date in there for April, so we have that time. Our teachers have that time at the end of the year. But as to moving a date from August or using minutes, I think, whatever your team and our principals feel like they need for professional development, and also those 2 planning days.
Just one word for instructional minutes. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think the time with the teacher in the classroom is critical. I worry about reducing that. It wasn't so many years ago that we spent a lot of time and effort trying to build the calendar in such a way that we could spend more time with kids and help them to learn more and accomplish more. I still think that's an important objective. I'm a little worried about taking the gains that we've made from this past year's calendar and then sacrificing another day of teacher development to reduce those instructional minutes. I'm not sure what the answer is. In my mind, the Monday after spring break stood out as a day that could potentially move to April. But we've had the day before or the day after that week of spring break in the calendar for several years. It makes for a longer break for our families. I mean, it turns spring break into a week and a half, which is nice, but for some of us, maybe too much. So anyway, some thoughts and just I guess a message around trying to maximize instructional minutes for our kids.
I think board members, I'm sorry, Christine, you go first.
That's okay. What, if we were to add that day out of the minute bank, what would that take the minute bank down to?
Some of the people in the audience may be a little more mathematically inclined, or if you have your phone in front of you. So if we look at, for instance, the elementary, simply just doing the 1365 minus 435. So it takes us into the 1900s, which when you think about 1,900 divided by 435, there's 900, sorry, takes us into the 900. So that's all, that would leave us with we're cutting it close on the 2 banked days. We would have it approximately there. Sorry about just adding 1,000 minutes. I mean, what's the big deal there? But yeah, you get the picture. So I will say by comparison, without really naming specific districts, there are Central Texas districts that adjoin ours that have a couple of less. There's a couple that have 2 less days built into their calendar and a 5-minute shorter day than us, and another district that has 1 less day than us. So I wanted to make sure that I was paying attention to the concerns raised about the reduction in minutes that the early releases did bring about this last year and a half, and make sure that I was accounting for that while still trying to build in that staff development time. I tried to strike a happy medium, but I am open to some of the other ideas that have been presented tonight for sure. Of course, we serve at the will of y'all's.
Well, Matt, thank y'all so much for one, all the surveys, the input, going to the district committee, hearing from teachers, hearing from our principals, doing the survey and getting that. Quite a challenge to balance all these different needs. And again, though, I know we're all doing it, we're focusing on student learning. And when we were looking at focusing on student learning coming into that last year, we said, okay, we want to focus on student learning, but we have a lot of pressure on our teachers. And so we asked our community as a commitment for the Wednesday early release. That was probably one of my hardest votes as a board member. I've had a few hard votes, but to know what early release was, that was hard as a parent, right? But we wanted to support our teachers and staff, and I thank our community for moving forward on that. But I appreciate that we don't need to continue that Wednesday early release. So thank you. Thank you to the community, to teachers, to principals, to all work together on that. But yes, my question is, when we're looking overall, and I discussed some of the different webinars I've been on as far as workforce, how are we taking care of our staff also ends up impacting our students in a classroom. So I agree, instructional minutes are very important, but how those instructional minutes are carried out, how we're supporting our staff to make sure those instructional minutes are, there's these balances, right? So whether it's a professional development day, I've also heard from some people, we've seen them in our emails, we've had people say, what about February? Why don't we have a 3-day weekend? Don't make me do professional development, let me off. So I don't want to tell you there's an appetite in any particular direction from my point of view, but if you go back and you say, if the board gave, or whatever, or had some room, I think we need a day off. I think we need a professional development. If there's something you think our staff, our parents, our students need, I just would like to encourage you to come back. And I think the board wants to be supportive. We know there's a lot you're trying to balance in. So is it a professional development day, or I would say, is it an app, the 3-day weekend? If there's something you're hearing, please don't hold that back and let us know.
To wrap up, I would just say thank you, Madam President, for saying that, and thank you to all the trustees and our community. I appreciate you bringing this up too, Madam President, for enabling us to keep those early releases for the entire year. I know at different points during this year it has felt like a heavy load, and there was some wonderings on why it would still be needed in place, and especially in the last 2 weeks, I am very thankful that we were able to keep it in place, the early releases for the entire year, because our staff is doing an amazing job. Our teachers are doing an amazing job, and I'm glad they have that time to keep it rolling. Appreciate it.
Matt, is there a reason why we don't see 2 calendars? I know sometimes it's easier if we have those 2 years and then amend the calendar. Would you rather just bring us 1 year at a time, or 2 years, with the possibility and the note to the community that there may need to be amendments on the second version?
With that caveat, I think it would be it would be great to bring 2 years. I'd be happy to bring 2 years on the 27th. And because as long as we're able to make some changes, I was a little bit reluctant to bring one without you saying that, just bring the second year, because it was a pretty big change, not necessarily from history, but from this past year.
Yeah, it's such a big change that maybe we want to see how this one works out, because if he breaks 2 years and then people will be like, but you made me rely, even though we say that it could change, it could be such a drastic change, and people can be mad that they somewhat relied on it, so.
I can bring 2 years, and then it might require you to get creative with your motion if there's a difference from
I'd
that.
like to see 2 years also. I just think it helps parents and plan.
Agree, with big letters across it, big watermark that says draft.
Exactly,
Right?
Erin. Yes, thank you. Draft. All right, board members, any other questions? Oh, Matt, excellent job. Thank you so much. Thank y'all so much for all the work. Wow, that was excellent presentation. We'll be moving on to our next agenda item, our long-range planning section of the discussion. As you'll notice, we have a couple of agenda items, it looks like, under our 9B2. The first one will be 9B2A, post-election survey update. I'm trying to look at the board to see if y'all want to take a break. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break because math is having a hard time real quick up here. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
All right, board members, we are back. And we are at 9B2, long-range planning, the post-election survey update.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Gearing. I'm here to give an overview of various different surveys and feedback techniques that we took after the election. This has been an ongoing process, and this is an add-on to the presentation we heard in December from our partner, Basleys and Associates. It's going to be a real quick presentation without slides. There we go. These are all of the different mechanisms we've been utilizing to try to understand the will of the community. That's what we're here for. That's what we call elections for, and that's what we have to do in response to the outcomes of our elections. The driving questions in these slides you're going to see today is an understanding of who voted and what should happen next based on the opinions of various different groups. We tried to mirror a lot of the surveys that we did with the questions that Basleys came with, just to kind of understand and be able to compare and contrast different mechanisms. So there's about 200 pages of reports on the attachments in addition to this to get an understanding of where this data comes from, and I'm sure there's lots of different conclusions and things that can come out of it. I wanted to talk about some of our analysis that we did on who voted and looking at the actual voter rolls and comparing that to some key groups to understand. We focused a lot of time in our information in our information campaigns and talking to parents and employees. And you can see here what the breakdown is of the 19,900, and these data points are for Proposition A only. Of those 19,994 voters, you see, roughly 6,200 combined parents and employees were part of that electorate. So when you look at the overall electorate in this election, about 3/4 were not parents or not staff members or employees in the district. And then the other interesting thing in comparing 2017 to 2021, first we doubled turnout in between those two elections. They were both November elections and off years. So very comparable, and so to double was interesting. But even more interesting was that we had 15,235 people who voted in 2021 but did not vote in our 2017 election. That could be because they were new to the area, or that could be that they just didn't vote. That is just people who were on the voter roll when we pulled it in after this November election, but did not participate in 2017. So if you look at the little footnotes under there, under that number, we had 5,160 voters from 2017 also come back. So that means we had about 3,900 voters who are still on the voter roll turn out in 2017, but not in 2021. So that was pretty interesting, not only in showing what we've seen in other surveys and validating that we needed to do more communication for our non-parents and non-staff members, but also to understand the changing dynamics of our electorate. Also, in looking at our different precincts, we wanted to show this in a couple different ways. And you can see some of the highest support came in these large districts here, Cedar Park and in the Austin, Travis County area. There was definitely a notion, because if you looked at just the county turnouts, that Travis County, we won Proposition A, or Proposition A passed in Williamson County and did not pass in Travis County. I think a lot of people who at least spoke to me thought that meant the portions of our district in Steiner Ranch and in that portion of Travis County was where the election did not pass, or Proposition A did not pass. It actually seems like the larger portion was the other parts of Travis County, particularly the neighborhoods of Treviso and Crystal Falls. That portion of the district that you'll see on that slide, if you looked at some of our data that compares 2017 to 2021, that precinct exploded. It was only like 50, 60 votes, I think, in 2017, and I think it was closer to 800 this time around as growth continued to build up in that part of the district. And you can see the different areas. We're also just trying to see where the relativeness of the precincts exists. You saw parts of Travis County, like the Twin Creeks, Bella Vista, west of Travis County, and that Travis County 374 precinct was our one of our highest areas of support and one of our largest precincts as well. So Travis County was an interesting place in comparing and contrasting. When we broke down our parents and guardians based on where they are zoned for, you can see here voter turnout participation. So we had 19.6% of our registered voters who are parents turn out to vote. That was a higher percentage of the Leander ISD electorate as a whole, where we only saw about 14% of voter turnout, but still, I think a little bit less than we would have expected or anticipated. We didn't do this type of analysis in 2017, so we don't know how it compares, but you can kind of get an idea, or at least a baseline guide, as we talk about elections moving forward. And again, see a lot of those Cedar Park and those Austin, Travis County schools carry that. Employee turnout was around 30%, again, much higher than total LISD turnout, about twice as much as the total electorate. Probably still a little bit lower than we would have thought, but again, we haven't collected this data, so we don't know what's normal or not normal. And that is 30% is the total number. That's only employees who are registered to vote. That's the difference between looking at the employee data and the parent data, right? Is that employees can live anywhere. They don't have to necessarily live in the district. About half of our employees are registered to vote in Leander ISD attendance zone. It was about 2,500, I think. So you get an idea of what that turnout looked like, and then broken it down by school and those top elementary and secondary schools. And then non-campus employees were also a substantial amount of the registered voters in the district. Our thought exchange, and again, there's lots of different ideas and things you can get from our thought exchange by looking at the full report. I focused and pulled these thoughts. These are top-rated thoughts. Again, for those who aren't familiar, Thought Exchange is a tool where people can submit their thoughts, their ideas, and then the rest of the participants can go and rate and review, and it's supposed to bring some common themes and some big ideas to the top. You start to see a focus here on going out for another bond in the Thought Exchange and some of those top-rated thoughts. And I'm going to show here in the later slides about how that dynamic really changed, because we had this survey open, this Thought Exchange survey open, when we started talking about zoning and the zoning exercise, and you can see a real shift there. We also did these rank order questions and choices with our focus groups and our surveys, where we asked what should come next. We took the 5 things that we talked about in the bond election campaign materials about what happens after a bond election, and you can see the rank order results here for the culmination of all 3 of those groups. We did specific surveys to targeted groups. We did all employees. We did our DWIC and our CFAC, so that's who's represented in that far left column there in that top rank order, where they looked to propose a future bond election, implement attendance rezoning, utilize portable buildings, adjust the replacement cycle for equipment, or make operational budget cuts. You could see the exact how each group reacted to that in the attachments. This is one of my favorite reports in Thought Exchange. It's called Common Ground. So Thought Exchange takes people who respond in a similar way and puts them in a group. And then it takes people who respond in a completely different way and puts them in a group. And then it identifies thoughts where they have common ground and common agreement. So it gives you some ideas of some strategy of where you can identify areas of common ground. Here you definitely see questions about doing better at explaining cost for different projects, about transparency around the tax rate, a focus on the individual student, and then also comment about understanding the taxes and the tax rate here is where you saw some common ground. And this was between people. One group was for going for a next bond, and another group was skeptical of going for a next bond. And that's kind of where this culmination is on here. In the attachment for the Thought Exchange report, you can see more clearly what the people, who those different groups are. This next slide just shows you how on December 13th, you see a lot of focus on financial waste, managing budget, and those being the top thoughts in our Thought Exchange. We released so that was right before the zoning exercise was released to the public. Then you start to slowly see more items supporting a bond election coming up And then on December 31st, pulled the top thoughts, and again, focused on proximity. Different funding mechanisms started to come up, or thoughts or ideas. This was popular with a lot of people to have Williamson County require developers to provide additional funding to new schools. I don't know if that's really feasible, but that was something that was very popular. If builders are listening. Again, lots to think about and consider in looking forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this report or any of the other attachments.
Board members, any questions? All right. We'll continue to noodle. We'll reach out to you, though, if we have any questions that come up after the meeting. Maybe when we're trying to sleep, that's when we'll think of, oh, I should have said that. All right. We'll go on to our next agenda item, attendance zoning, and we'll start with setting zoning parameter discussion. Jimmy?
Madam President, board members, Dr. Gehring. Last board meeting, we did present a zoning exercise to look at the possibility of maximizing the facilities in our district. And of course, we used very limited. We used maximize efficiency of the buildings and also try to incorporate, safe zones around the net zone. But because of the areas of where we had such low enrollment and moving people, it really became a challenge where you'd have to circle the school or go to another school to fill up. And so I think it really highlighted the need to set some zoning parameters so it's all very transparent and more complete process to look at what we're going to do. And so what we want to do tonight is talk about our zoning parameters. And one of the things, I know we talk about school sizes, and back in the early 90s, the board actually adopted these school sizes as our standard because we were looking at what schools and how many schools we're going to be building in the near future. And so the board had a lot of discussion about the school sizes of the standard school size for our district. Yes, their preference was to probably be around 650, 600 range for especially elementary schools, but they knew it was cost prohibitive because we had a lot of schools to build in the long term. And so there's the most efficient ways, yes, build 1,000 student schools, but they said they wanted to land on the 800 because it was a balance of what's best for the students and what's best for the taxpayers. And so that's where they landed when they developed or approved these design standards for our elementary schools. And you can see it's 800 students for the elementaries, 1,200 for the middle schools, and 2,400 students for high school. And then, of course, when we just Danielson Middle School, when we did the zoning for that, you can see just what I think Corey mentioned there. We got community feedback when we did that zoning, and you can see proximity was the top rated criteria, and then also feeder patterns was heavy in the list, and then we're leaving overcrowding. And so you can see what the community wanted in that zoning exercise. Then we went to, when we did Tarvin and Elementary 29, the zoning for it, we got community feedback on those schools, and you can see again, relieve the overcrowding, proximity again, minimizing the change, and then keeping the feeder patterns consistent. And when we talk about proximity, I definitely think your 2-mile net zone falls into that category. So if that's something we want to do, I think we would want to specify also the 2-mile net zone. And then, of course, some other possibilities, of course, is the building efficiency. If 100% is not practical or something we want to look at, maybe it's 90% or 85%, some goal we want to set when doing our zoning exercises. And of course, leaving the existing programs at the campuses they're located, and then any other possibilities we might want to consider. And so I think what we want to do is discuss tonight if there are other parameters that need to be considered, but then also try to bring back a list to the next meeting. So if we want to do additional zoning exercises, we have a set of parameters in which we're going to develop those exercises by.
Board members?
Lots of, go ahead.
I'll go. So we heard tonight, and obviously since the last rezoning exercise, the 2-mile radius, right? It's been I understand when we did the first rezoning exercise, it was for utilizations of space. I want to stress that out. That's what we were trying to do, is maximize the space we have. And during this exercise, we noticed some neighborhoods like Bryson, I'm just going to name that, where you've got school here, house here, and they can see the school, but they're being rezoned. So I guess for me, I'm curious to see that 2-mile net zone radius, just to kind of really preserve the school community, the neighborhood, but I also want to utilize space, so I know that's going to be really hard. So I'm just going to leave it all up to you, Jimmy.
Well, that's, I think when you look at your 2-mile net zone, and if you put that as hard parameter and then you work, and we could actually develop an exercise based on that, then you'd see where the shortcomings are. And is it acceptable at that point? Because that's what, I mean, we know we're going to have some campuses if we institute a 2-mile. And then do we want to say, when we do the 2-mile, do you sit there and also say, you can't travel past another school to get to the next school? Because that's what's going to happen unless you have that parameter. And that's why you got to think through these parameters, because you're going to get you got to go past 1 or 2 schools to get to your school.
And that's what's kind of, you're seeing that, and I understand this was just to throw it out there, so I would just, that's kind of like, I'd love to see that 2-mile, what that looks like.
Yeah.
What about the concept of a neighborhood school? That was another one that came up as well.
Well, and I think if you do your net zone, your 2-mile radius, you're going to incorporate most of your neighborhoods. If you get a super large neighborhood, just like in Steiner Ranch, you've got multiple schools, they overlap their net zones. And so you can move from one net zone and still be in the other net zone. And so you've just got to look at, like Buttercup, it's a community, but it has multiple schools. And so but for instance, the school we're talking about, Bryson, if you do a 2-mile net zone, you're going to incorporate it.
Or even splitting a neighborhood code to go to different schools. Splitting a neighborhood code? I think Rutledge was one of those.
There are multiple communities that have multiple neighborhood codes within it. And so No,
this one was one neighborhood code. I think it was 1845, that not all of them were going to the same school.
Yeah. And I think the ones we had picked were to the west side. And so it was right across the street. But it was, again, because efficiency was our parameter.
Okay. I think utilization of campuses still has to be a priority. Like, I think we have gaps in things that we're seeing across campuses, not to the extreme that we're disrupting some of these other things, but some sacrifices might happen, right? Because we need to utilize campus. We're in a predicament where we have underutilized campuses and some opportunities that we can repurpose or do schools of choice. We have opportunities, but that still doesn't mean there's still not some give on these other things. And so I know I'm a broken record on elementary schools being 1,000, but building 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school and 1 high school, that's a $500 million savings. So once you put interest in that, that's $1 billion. And so, coming to the table and saying we could save our district $1 billion, not including what the operating costs of those are, like, that has to be part of the conversation. And I think we're kind of bypassing that, because in an ideal world, money grows on trees and we can just keep building. And I think that's not a fair assumption, or not something that I'm willing to bypass.
Well, I agree with you there too. And looking at this, what in Jimmy's slides is, in the early 90s, the school board adopted, that was 30 years ago.
Yep.
So like we're past that. And so I feel like most of our elementary schools are like already at 1,000. And I understand that we build them to be 800. And I do understand the feel of having such a large school. However, I think to Alexis's point, it just makes sense that if we're gonna have them be big, they're gonna be big. We might as well build them to be big.
Sade,
I think you eliminate some other factors for those. You take some problems from a principal and you give her better probability to handle traffic in hallways and lunchroom, and like, let's not make the situation worse. We know within 2 years 1,000 kids are showing up, so let's give her the lunchroom she needs or he needs, or the hallway capacity and all of that.
Sorry, Aaron, I want to make sure because I know you had a question too.
Don't worry, Trish, I'll get in it. We're all sharing time. It's all good. I guess I have a number of thoughts, and as we keep talking, there may be others. But first is, I want to say to our community, I apologize. I think the way that we presented this has created some anxiety in our community unnecessarily. I don't think anyone in administration, I don't think anyone at this board table believes that the scenario that we've communicated to the community is likely to happen. And so I want to apologize if anyone misunderstood our exercise and thought that that was a practical solution that we were seriously considering in its precise details. That said, pay attention, follow along, because we are having a dialogue about zoning. And there will be important topics and important discussion items as we go through this. But don't worry, nobody's married to that scenario or that set of scenarios. We're starting a dialogue. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing, on your earlier slide, I think programs is something that needs to be in consideration because our district has evolved and has changed over a number of years, and we need to make sure that those programs are where we think they should be long-term for the next 10 or 15 or 20 years, not the last 10 or 15 or 20 years, right? And so that leads me to a third point, which I think is a high priority for this exercise, which is stability. The kinds of zoning recommendations we make should be, for at least the more settled parts of the district from a growth perspective, pretty durable, pretty stable, not terribly likely to change in the next 5 to 10 years, assuming those communities don't change dramatically in the next 5 or 10 years, right? Those neighborhoods. That said, I think we all recognize that there's explosive change in other parts of our district. And so for those communities, we all lived through it ourselves when our neighborhood was where the explosive growth was happening. We'll have to live through that part together in your neighborhoods. We'll try and manage it with you, but change is going to come more frequently and it will be more disruptive, and that's just part of fast growth in your neck of the woods. But I think stability is really important, and planning ahead for those parts of the community that are kind of settled and are kind of stable. I think we want to try and make those pretty persistent, pretty durable zoning decisions. That said, on the margins, right, as we start to creep towards those areas of the district that are growing and changing, not quite so steady or so durable. Last thing I'll say is I'm totally open to conversations about how big future facilities will be. But we all have to look each other in the eye and recognize that's a small fraction of the total facility base we're talking about. And we're not, I don't think, talking about retooling existing facilities to meet some future enrollment target. That would be more dollars and construction and all that sort of stuff. And I don't know that that's a wise thing, except maybe in isolated cases where we see significant regrowth in an area or something like that, and we need to add capacity. Quite the contrary, maybe this is my last point, I do think we need some creative solutions for parts of the district where enrollment is declining significantly. And some of the scenario that has already been put out seeks to address this, but in doing so, it creates other problems, right? And so we got to think very seriously about what are we going to do with those essentially excess facilities? If those facilities are going to be largely underutilized for the next 10 or 15 or 20 years, what's the long-term plan for the facilities in those spaces? It can't simply be busing people from far and wide across the district into those spaces. Nobody wants that. it's not good for kids, it's not good for those schools, it's just not a good solution. So what is the solution in those spaces? And I think all of this kind of comes together. I think future facilities may be sort of separate a little bit because, yeah, it may affect zoning in our hotspots, but like I described earlier, those are more malleable already. And so we can kind of have those conversations ongoing, and they don't necessarily affect a lot of the other zoning that I think will potentially drive efficiencies in our stable parts of the district.
Wanted to build on some of the things Aaron said. I think we all kind of felt that way when people were saying, in the zoning you proposed, and we're like, no, nobody proposed that. You know, this was an exercise to see, and I know y'all put a video out with it, but I think you still hear like, oh my gosh, my school's getting rezoned or my neighborhood's getting rezoned. And so I think that is important, that this is going to be a conversation that's going to be ongoing. When we talk about size of schools, I have a couple of points too. When we talk about size of school, I think when we talk about elementary schools, you know, looking at ways we could increase those sizes and accommodate them. But I do still feel that what makes us special with our middle schools and our high schools is the opportunities that we provide to our students. And so I don't want us to, you know, we know districts that just blow them up as big as they can. And I think that comes with students losing opportunities, right? Opportunities to be in the school play, opportunities to be on the team. And we don't want to do that. I also want to think about our programs, and in that kind of rezoning in that plan, thinking about balancing where we have programs and the opportunities that we're bringing to students in different parts of the district, whether it be incubator and IB and robotics and, you know, all of those things, making sure that we're bringing opportunities to all of, that they have access, real access to opportunities in that general vicinity. I know we can't have every program at every school. That just, you know, that also isn't very efficient, but at least providing opportunities in that general area. I do think those low enrollment schools, you know, when we did the activity, we were looking for efficiency, and we all know there's a lot of low enrollment schools in the South End, right? So we tried to fill them, and it caused like kaboom, the big problem happened there, right? Because we filled the South and everything got pushed. And we know that we don't want people driving past their school. You know, you see your school, you should go to your community school. And so thinking of really creative solutions on how we could fill that space. You know, thinking about administration and administrative buildings. And, you know, there's space that we have in some of those schools in the South that perhaps that's where a science building is, or that's where some, I'm not, sorry, science department, I'm not saying that, I'm saying whatever group makes sense to use that space as our district continues to grow, so that we're not shifting and disrupting students as much, but still using that space and maximizing that empty space. I know that in the high growth areas, there's going to be rezoning. And you're right, Aaron, we all, you know, in different areas of Cedar Park, went through it over and over and over. I would like us to consider parameters, though, for those high growth areas, so that we're not that we look at what are the parameters for rezoning, that we're not going to move the same kid X number of times, you know, so that I know that when we're high growth and we're building schools in that area, someone's going to have to move into the new school and someone's going to have to move around. But setting up some type of rule for us, that we're not going to say, okay, this house every 2 years, you know, we're going to move you around. And so setting up whatever that rule is that we feel comfortable with in that parameter.
Yeah, that's already happening in some parts of the north. There's some communities that have been rezoned.
Yeah, and we
Elementary
talked
school,
about
like,
that at
every
the
other
last
year. It's
rezoning, and we
ridiculous.
created some rules around that last time.
Okay.
And so just continuing that process so that we can, you know, be aware and vigilant about that.
And speaking of programs, there was just a quick thing, and then I'll turn off my mic. Speaking of programs, one of the, not one, but some of the feedback that I got had to do with having programs in multiple schools. And that way, people can even just be like, you know what, I want to attend that school. And so they're going to want to drive across town themselves so they can go to, like, having some more interesting programs, having some STEM-based programs or arts and music programs in different schools, not just where there's declining enrollment, but just in different aspects, different areas of the district.
I just want to kind of piggyback what Aaron and Gloria said. I did the board cafe talk I don't remember, last week. And I met with somebody in Cedar Park, and they made a good point. You know, they were from out of state, but they picked Cedar Park because it's an established city. They knew that these schools have been, you know, established. They're not fast growth like Leander. And I didn't really connect until when I spoke to them, and I'm thinking, like, you know what, I made a choice to move right into a fast growing district. I know going into this that my school will probably get rezoned, but if I had made the choice to buy in Cedar Park or where Gloria lives, I'm going with that expectation of this is my solid campus, like this is where it's at. Now, I do understand the utilization of space. I do understand that. But the program thing, the beginning of the year, we did a big early childhood hub. I'm just curious where those programs are going to land, because I know a lot of those programs got pushed to the north side of the district. So I know it's probably another conversation, but I'm just curious where this is going to fit into the zoning parameters, because those technically are not neighborhood schools. We created these hubs, and one hub in particular, I want to say, I think it's Larkspur, and we see their 4th grade classes in portables now. So I'm just kind of curious where that goes. That might be another conversation with early childhood. I'm just wondering where this goes in the zoning as well.
I want to go back to something that Alexis was saying that kind of triggered for me. If I'm saying it incorrect, though, or if you have something to add, please jump in after. But when I think about campus size, we've talked before about there is such a thing as getting too large, and then you lose that culture, that identity. And I don't think that's what you're talking about. But I do think there is something too when you think about that size. Maybe that also helps add that stability where you're not always having to go in and change and update. So there's a sweet spot somewhere in here. What I also hear, and y'all may have said it, so forgive me if I'm just restating it, is that when we look at programs, I've heard the word, sometimes we'll say programs, or sometimes we use the word school of choice. And when I see a school of choice, I think that was different from our programs, right? So we have a culinary program, and that's I don't see a culinary program being at every campus. But we have a band program, that's at all your middle school and your high school campuses, right? So I would like to know how we've approached that we actually have a method of going, I think this needs to be, and we as a district have committed to every program. Anna's so excited that we want on every campus, where we say, but this we know we can't put on every campus. Here's how we're going to approach moving forward.
The reason why I'm excited is because our strategic planning committee, we talked about access and programs. So I'd like to see, when we have that conversation, see how it ties into that, because that was was how can we ensure that students have access to all programs in Leander ISD, and is it possible, like you said, we can't have culinary at every campus, right? But what programs can we make sure that every student has access to? So that's why I was getting excited, because our strategic planning committee has just been talking about this, and it's all falling into place.
It does. It does all fall. But when we say neighborhood schools, I do think there is something that we're all identifying with. I think that concept is vital, and trying to maintain that feeder pattern where we can, because that's that community and that culture. But we have to balance and find the sweet spot of how we're going to do programs, or if students have other needs, like we do with early college high school. Early college high school is not going to be a neighborhood school. And school of choice, there could be others. And as we're talking about programs, I think school of choice is something different, so I didn't want that to get left out of the conversation. So Those are my thoughts.
Okay. What we'll do is compile all of this, and then we'll bring back some recommendations.
Well, Jimmy, do you want to go ahead and move on to the next one to talk about the possibility, because it kind of leans into there, of a board committee to address the long-range facility planning?
Okay. I don't know if Dr. Gearing wants to speak. I mean, what we're looking to do is, because this does involve a lot of, looking at different possible exercises and basically working through it just like, the board policy committee. You look at all the scenarios, you recommend things, and then once everybody's comfortable, and then it's brought back to the full board just to, vet the process because it is, you're looking at, district-wide, and so it really is good to vet it and bring it a little more palatable type exercise.
So a lot of what we talk about sometimes is not getting board members in the weeds, but in this case, I think there's some merit in really exploring in more detail what that zoning looks like, in particular, because it involves potentially splitting neighborhood codes and moving kids. And we have the tools to do that, but sometimes when we do it, we've done it so many times the same way that we don't necessarily see that outside view. So we thought it might be a good idea to bring some board members to the table to look at that level of detail with us in case there were some things that we might be missing as we had those conversations at that detail level. It's not just about zoning, because all of these things are tied together, right? So, considering how we keep the established parts of the district stable and manage just the fast growth parts of the district is something that we have to consider. So how do we look at programs? And I know Erin and I had some conversation about that. I don't know if you want to add anything to how we might do that more efficiently or better.
Which part?
I mean, about how we bring a board committee together to work with the administration in bringing some of these ideas more efficiently back to the whole board.
Yeah, I think the thought was simply in a full board panel, it's difficult for us to get into the details of zoning scenarios and all of the program details and all that sort of stuff. But with a smaller group, we could get together, work through it with staff, use some of the modeling tools that staff uses, address some of the key questions, kind of get direction, maybe highlight some of the question marks or the points of tension and bring those back for broader discussion. But I think it allows us potentially a chance to go faster and deeper in a collaborative way around some of the key issues here.
I agree. We couldn't put more than 3 board members on this.
Pick me. Could we bring
I want to do
Desi?
it.
Sorry.
Okay, sounds like we almost had it. So Alexis, I'm sorry.
Yes. No.
Okay. Who else?
I want to do it.
Me too.
And did we have another name? I thought I heard another voice.
No, I was just going to ask if it was one of those committees where we could designate somebody else outside of the board, like people in the community who are already in the weeds on this stuff.
So that is not what this is designed to do. This is designed as a board committee, so 3 board members, and then they will work with the administration.
Okay.
And part of what might come out of there is, here's what we want to take, and here's how we want to take it to a bigger community committee. So I think that would be probably one of the recommendations that could come out of that.
Board members, does that work? Anna, Alexis, Erin, am I missing? Okay.
Yeah, and just in terms of expectation setting for other board members and maybe for community members who are interested in what's going on and have spoken to us or emailed us, my expectation is that the work that we do together would come back to the board and to the community for feedback, and it will be an iterative process. And initially, I think as much as anything, we're going to be identifying key questions as opposed to identifying immediately what the answers are, right? But I think we can highlight what some of the fundamental problems are that need to be solved before we can get to a strong recommendation.
And I guess maybe we should make that clear. Anytime we do board committees off on their own have no life until they come before this board. So yes, it has to come before the board. All right, any other discussion?
Just one more thing. I think if there are scenarios or recommendations that come out of this work, I imagine they'll be communicated to the board first and then out to the community for feedback if we are seeking feedback, as opposed to surprising board members that we've floated something to the community. So if there's an exception to that, we'll let you know. But that would be my expectation in terms of general operating practice.
All right, great. All right, thank you so much, Jimmy. All right, we'll move on to our next item, discuss possible November 2022, May 2023 bond election. Is this Dr. Gehring or Jimmy?
Yes, thank you. So I think this is the next part of the conversation, and the reason that I think it's important to talk about it here today is there's rezoning is one possibility, but I think going out to bond again is another possibility that came up in the data that Corey presented earlier. In order to make that a reality, we have to do a lot of work and a lot of planning, and that planning needs to start sooner rather than later if we're going to aim for a November 22 or a May 2023 bond election. So I wanted to have some conversation here from the board around getting some direction. Ideally, we'd like to leave today with some pretty clear direction about if you want us to start to put together some more serious proposals around a November 22 or a May 23 bond election, then we need to start that work now as the administration.
I think my question would be, a lot of the planning that we're talking about right now would influence what's on that bond. Because if we have been able to be creative in use of space, then perhaps there are items that were on that bond originally that are no longer necessary. And so I feel like a lot of it is timing and what kind of work can we do and can the long range facility planning group do, and then take that to a bond committee for them to then look at that information together and say like, okay, this is what was there last time, but you know what, we don't need this and this anymore because the new long range facility planning is taking care of this and this. So I guess when I'm looking at these dates and we're thinking a timeline for all that to happen, is that feasible in November 2022, or does that push that into May 2023? I feel like for the long range facility planning and bond committee, that seems like that's a lot of work that has to happen. And so that's my only I'd love to do it as quickly as possible, but I think as quickly as possible and efficient, I don't see how that happens, by November. That's my concern, but you can tell me otherwise on the timeline of what those parameters. So
the timeline on a November 22 bond election, the board would have to call that election in the second half of August in order to meet the deadline. So you have until then to do the work or decide if that's what you want to do. If we're gonna meet that deadline, then that's why I'm having this conversation with you today, because the administration needs to start to do that work alongside the work that we're doing with the committee. But we can't start that work in May and expect to be able to bring something for board consideration in August. So.
Well, and Gloria, to your point, when you have a CFAC committee come, to have them start discussion before here, there may be a bit of a disconnect, running too many parallel discussions.
I personally would like to see us meet our committee a couple of times, because I feel like the last, again, nothing's permanent, but we were able to really see what spaces we could utilize. And I just feel like if we start meeting with CFAC and we're still meeting, we're just going to make parents mad because they're going to have to go back and redo the work that they're doing. So me personally, I know we need a bond. I know we need facilities, but I want to do this right. I want to make sure that we are truly looking at every space that we can utilize, but most importantly, going into this potential next bond, making sure we've checked all the boxes off. That's what I'm looking at. So I'm going with Gloria. That didn't really answer your question, Bruce, but I think I'd like to see some of the work of the committee that we formed get started and go from there.
Bruce, if we do a May 2023 bond election discussion, does that give y'all permission to start some things that you need, or to be thinking about those timelines, so that you can do, not CFAC, but maybe some things you need to do for planning while you're talking as well to the committee? Does that help, or is it better to wait until we get some committee down? I'm just trying to figure out the timing. Like, what do y'all need from us? I don't see November, but I'm wondering how, if we say, yeah, May 2023 is a possibility, does that help something with administration?
I mean, it definitely will help us as far as the short term, what we need to do for the growth that's still coming. And so if we know it's going to be May, then we're going to have to make accommodations, excuse me, because we know going to May 23, we won't have possibly most elementaries till 25, 2 years late. So those campuses will be impacted. And so what we've got to do is make sure the portable situation, the overcrowding, et cetera, unless the board, should choose to do some sort of zoning exercise to offload on a temporary basis. It's just a matter of, gives us the opportunity to start planning for how do we deal with the growth that's coming, because we know some campuses will definitely be impacted with portables. And so we can definitely finish up that planning, and then, I think it might come together with the zoning, board committee to look at that and understand the impact of those, help us plan.
Okay, so that helps a lot. I appreciate the feedback, and we'll start putting that board committee together and have some initial conversations that will also help to shape the direction as we go forward, I think.
And I think that's going to be key, is that the board committee getting together, having those discussions will help take some of the fuzziness. And at some point, if we're going to have that discussion too, I don't know how we do it, but let's not lose track of what that might look like as a recapture election and a VATRE election. And so we have just bond election on our agenda item, but maybe near that, we also have those other items, or we're just able to keep looping that in for capacity to understand what we're going to be asking our voters to do and discuss as they move forward.
And I think that's part of the reason we are getting the board committee to address long-range facility planning in general, because I think we can pull some of those other pieces into that instead of just a tenant zoning or just bond or any of those.
So now that we have a general direction, I'm going to ask your question kind of back to you just a little bit. If our facility planning conversations progress quickly, or if we're able to come to some pretty strong conceptual approaches, what's your timing if we wanted to try and pivot to November? Just so I kind of understand what the hypothetical window would be. If our default assumption is May of 23, fine. If we were to come back and say, we think we can't get material savings, it's going to present lots of problems, and we think we need to go faster, what's kind of drop dead-ish to start a November process?
So I'm going to start, and then Jimmy may correct me. The part of the problem with the November election is that you have to call it, the board has to call it in August, right? And part of that issue is that you have the summer months in between there where folks are generally not as engaged. So getting community input during that time is challenging sometimes, so if I would prefer it if we had some time before we got out in June to have those community conversations. It just really helps the transparency of the process, I think. So that's my initial thought. So that would mean we'd have to have, at least the month of May to do that. So
yeah, it sounds like
the timeline gets short quickly.
It's pretty challenging.
Yeah.
And so we'll assume that that's an unlikely outcome for now. If we think we need to press it, we'll come back and say something sooner than later, but that seems reasonable.
I think one of the things then we have to just clarify very quickly early on is what that May 2023 timeline then looks like going forward. So we have to make sure people understand the implications of waiting that long for what the timeline looks like to get schools on the ground. Because, just if we pass a bond in May 23, that puts a 18-month to 2-year timeline on when schools get on the ground. And so we just have to make sure people understand what that interim looks like. And I think we need to do that work then relatively quickly.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Dr. Gehring. We'll move on to the governance board meeting annual planning calendar review. Dr. Gehring?
Thank you, yes. If I can, I just want to describe quickly the process that we use to get to board agenda every time. And so this document really is what is the foundation for building our board agendas on a monthly basis. So we've had a good, long, hard look at this from my office. Cabinet has had opportunity to review this. We just want to make sure that board members have had an opportunity to look at this and then talk about it, make any suggestions or changes as you can. So what we do as an administration is we'll start building the board agendas from this document. So the first thing that comes onto the board agenda is off this document. Then anything that Cabinet needs to add gets added. We have a planning meeting with our internal team to set the basic agenda, and that's when then we bring the board president to the table and start having conversations about anything that board members have brought to the board president that might need to get added, anything the board president sees that needs to get added or subtracted. And we've started the practice of inviting board members to those planning meetings to participate if they choose to. And then we're getting ready to post the agendas. But this forms an important foundation for that process, and so we'd like to just make sure that board members have an opportunity to discuss this. I don't know if you need to add anything.
No, that's fine. That's a great overview, Dr. Gehring. And I don't think the point was for us to have a lot of in-depth discussion this evening. I think it's to kind of look at it and see if there's any general questions. I would say when you're looking at the items, if there's something that you think you'd rather, you don't see that as a board discussion, because sometimes I will have board members call me and go, why was that on the agenda? That could have been a Friday memo. This is where you look at that now and say, oh, that's a Friday memo. And then we can talk about it as a board. So we're all on the same page. So it's not a unilateral or a meeting with just a board member and a president going, oh, well, that's just a Friday memo for them. This helps give us that foundation. The other thing that, when I look at it in general, oh, well, no, I'll say that to last. See if there's any other general questions or concepts.
So with the slowdown of construction and what's going to be happening, is that going to be able to be a Friday memo until we kind of ramp back up?
I see Jimmy saying yes.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have to start at 1 a.m. Okay. The thing, I'm not sure if administration, this is, I guess, a question for Sarah Grissom, who's been working on our strategic planning, and Laura Lynn and Bruce to think about, is although this is our operational, like how we keep the lights on planning, the overview of how we want to look at student learning in the classroom, how we're moving forward, whether it's, the HB3 subject, which sometimes can get siloed, or the district improvement plan, which can get siloed, or the superintendent evaluation, measuring our district goals. Those sometimes can feel like siloed conversations, but there is this thread of how we want to look at student learning as a district. So is there a way, and I don't know if there's an answer yet, I've talked to some trustees and they're like, we're trying, trustees in Central Texas discussion of, is there a way to tie some of these subjects together or be more intentional where we know, district planning or DIP happens here, but then we're going to talk about the goals out of there, and this feeds into this, and so we can see kind of the overall picture. Does that make sense? At 11 o'clock.
So,
So
is it a sequencing?
Yes, where we can see overall what's the big themes on learning, what are the pieces and nuggets we're putting together, how they tie together, and that overall kind of our big focus, students at the center. And so the heartbeat, I guess, I see that kind of overarching. And then I think that would impact other things, right? So when you have a campus coming to talk to us about the learning that's going on the campus, and they're like, we're going to talk about the superintendent's goal at these agendas on, SEL and social emotional learning, and which is workforce readiness, right? And we have this great thing we want to talk about. They have that option. At least they know to tie it in because there's this theme that's tying it all together.
So I had my training with Laura Lynn yesterday about the board training on evaluating and improving student outcomes. So one of our exercises was going through our board agendas, and it was very clear that there was a lot on inputs and outputs heavily in those areas compared to discussions on student outcomes. And so looking at this, my eyes immediately went to things like the teaching and learning and campus activities and support. And then I was still trying to figure out, are we really discussing student outcomes? And so it's a good thing that you brought that up, because that's definitely something that we should be trying to focus on more, and not necessarily just doing things because that's how it's been done, but looking more at the student outcomes.
And I know we've got a strategic plan, and so I know that conversation yet hasn't weaved its way in here. But I just wanted to preface that as we're thinking about the discussions. So there you go. Anything else, board members?
I was just going to make a suggestion. I think this is a very useful document. I think it will stimulate a lot of good conversation. I think the way that I'm going to approach this is kind of to put things in prioritized buckets, probably 1, 2, and 3 or something like that, right? In terms of the things that I think are really essential for board discussion and board knowledge and feedback and those kinds of things. And then at the bottom, those things that feel very administrative, that are kind of pro forma and don't require a lot of additional discussion or support. And so, that may help us to streamline things a little bit if you guys want to approach it in a similar fashion. The other thing that, the other lens I'll apply here is essentially what are the things that I don't see here that I think need to be included, and then maybe we can bring those things together or talk about those additions and what bucket they fall in and how we want to address them.
So Erin, I love that. So how do we give you that feedback?
Yes, Bruce, how do you want our feedback? Because I'm imagining this might be on our next agenda. So how do we reach out to you between now and then?
I don't know if it is, yeah.
If we had a soft copy of this, I could color code priorities on the bullets or something like that. That would be
yeah, we can happily share you a soft copy. We wanted to make sure that you had a hard, it's just easier to look at it on paper, but we certainly can share the soft copy with you, and we can do edits that way. That'd be great.
Okay.
So Mitchie was over there shaking her head, so she's going to get us that. Thank you so much. And board members, also, this list, just so you know, is on our board book. So I don't remember which link it's under, but it's under one of these links in here. Documents. I don't know. We'll find it later. Oh, links. It's under links, board meeting annual planning calendar. So just so you know, once we're done with it, that's where you can find it. It'll always be here so we can look at it. All right. That being said, we'll move on to the next agenda item, to consider the naming of elementary school number 29.
I move that the board approve Carol Ann North as the name for elementary school number 29.
I second.
We had a motion from Christine and a second from Anna. Is there any other discussion?
I'm a little surprised at the motion. We received a fair amount of communication in the last week from residents who expressed a preference to name the school for the community, specifically Bryson Hills. And so I'm a little surprised at the motion, certainly without any prior discussion. But I think maybe I'll make a couple of comments here. School naming is a board responsibility. We've struggled a bit to find an approach, a process that works for everybody, for a board, for administration, for community. I'm not sure we've found the answer yet. I feel a little like Thomas Edison. I don't think we've got a light bulb yet. And so I'm perplexed a little bit about how to proceed. And I don't know that I have an answer, but in the concept of neighborhood schools, the name of a school should matter to the folks who attend the school. And so I think I was persuaded a bit by the communications we received from members of the community. I think other potential legacy namings are valuable and wonderful members of our larger education community, and I think are worthy of consideration. For me, I think I was persuaded by those other communications.
I agree that I think we've struggled with this, right? And I remember when I first came on the board, I think it was like Alexis and our second board meeting, and we were like, whoa, this is terrible. And so we've tried to find a process, and I don't know if this is the right process either, but it is the process that we created. I don't have so much of a solution either. I know at one time we talked about, I think the part that gets really hard with this is all these people are so important, and you don't want to see your community pulling people apart. And we've seen that for a long, long time, way before I was on the board, when River Place was being built, and then when Grandview was being built, it happened again, and it was over a name of a person or a neighborhood school. And the neighborhood wanted the neighborhood school, hence it's River Place, it's Grandview. But at the same time, I think last time when we were in this position, we talked about, do we create something else? Is there something else we can do for our community where we can honor our teachers and previous trustees, they're significant people in our community that have made an impact on LISD? Is there a space for them? And I think we really need to figure that out, because we're going to be voting some other schools. And I remember being in that support services building, and just people, it was so hard, right? It was hard because, we had just lost a student in our community, and it was raw, and you had students, that wanted to name a school after a student. And so I think we do need to create a solution for something like that. I do think that in this situation, we created a process and we created a committee, and that we need to honor our committee. Our committee did bring us 2 names, but I think it's important, you know, when they brought it back, they said, here's our first choice, here's our second choice. And I realize it's our responsibility, but we created this process. And I do think we need to modify the process, you know, that we've learned a lot in this executing the process this time, that, okay, this isn't perfect. You know, we need to modify this, but I think that we have to honor the work and honor the process this time around.
So I did go through all those Let's Talk emails, but also looking at the past names and the names of every elementary, middle school, and high school, and elementary school specifically, it's almost evenly split between naming the school after the neighborhood or after an educator, and most often an elementary educator. There are other facilities like Leander High School, there is the Performing Arts Center that's named after someone else. So there are other opportunities for naming as well. And so it's really just finding all of those. It is hard. I also looked at previous board votes, and there was one I saw that someone abstained, and I was like, really? So I could see that it's a very difficult decision because of how it is through the neighborhood, through the community. And there were just strong arguments on whether it's for the community name, a neighborhood name, or North, or for Heisel. It was all like, it was a lot. So it's not something to be taken lightly.
So this is my community, y'all know that. I've had people show up at my door telling me I need to do Bryson Hills. I agree, Erin, this was a hard decision for me, but it also kind of makes me think about this entire year. We've been, as a board, and we've heard from the community, we need to listen to our community voice. We all voted on this charter for naming of the school. We did. We didn't know if it was gonna be perfect or not. I'm gonna be honest, I hated it. I don't ever wanna do this again. We can name all of our schools after rocks for all I care for this. But my point is I understand what you're saying, Erin, I really do. I struggled, and I'll be honest, we call it Bryson Elementary every time I walk by it with my dogs. It's just what it's called to my family. However, this is where I'm struggling internally. We did, as a board, put together this committee. The committee did their work. The committee was made up of individuals who do reside in Elementary 29. I'm struggling with this because I want to recognize the work of the committee, right? And yes, they did bring by 2 names, but it was really hard, again, sitting here, right? And we're sitting here having parents tell us, listen to us, listen to us, listen to the community voice. And here's a great example of this committee coming together. They all had different ideas of where they were going to land, and just being able to hear them come together, their reasoning. And I think that for me was the most powerful thing in this kind of turmoil year with everything going on. It's just, I don't like this situation. I hate how it pitted the community together. I hate the negative rhetoric that was going on in the community. It was ugly, and I don't want to ever see that again from this community. So that's all I got to say.
Board, at some point, we're gonna have to figure out if we think naming schools after people is worth some of the tension or controversy that we encounter when we go through that process. Because we have, which is a wonderful issue to have, some amazing individuals that have served our community with love and attention. And so what you don't want is to say, oh, well, who's what? Is it a favorite? Is it more important? Did they do better work? Did they just get more? Whatever reason we're doing it, it makes it sound like that. But yet, I do know that we have campuses identify and develop some culture from the name. So there is so much we get from that. But board, we do, I think this is something where we need to go back and decide, because it will continue to be that kind of tension. It will continue to cause some heartache if we're going to keep trying to name our district after people, our campuses after people. But there is a benefit that I think we've heard from campuses. I'm wondering if this needs to go back to the policy committee to look at what is the structure and how we want to move forward from here.
So I actually have been looking at different ISD's policy, and I was going to send it to y'all now, not you, just so y'all can see what I've found and whatnot. I mean, it varies across each ISD, so.
I think definitely that I'd like to revisit that after this naming. I still think we have to honor the work that was done this time, right? And go back to that. Where does that put us right here is the hard one, right? Our committee came back with two options. And I will say, I know that communities, when they want a name, I worry, because I remember River Place in Grandview. That was not their first name. That was not the name that the district had come up with for those schools. But the community came back and said, we want a community name. And we want a community name. So I don't know, this is a hard one. This is really a tough one. I'm curious from folks, from other board members, kind of where you're leaning or what you'd hope to see, or if someone has like this clever solution to make it all work. It's a magical plan for the two recommendations.
I will say that I think in the charter there was this thought that would get a name, and then the other one might be something more geographical. What I think ended up turning out were two names, because Bryson isn't just the name of the neighborhood, it's the name of a community and people. And so what we thought was going to be a one choice and a two choice, I think that's also, we actually have two individuals. And the committee, I think the charter was trying not to have two individual names look at us. So that has made it a bit more challenging. Although I will say, yes, we did honor the committee. We did set up a committee, and they came to us and told us what their one is.
Yeah. I think this is one of the hardest things that we do as a board, because you never want to leave anyone out or hurt anyone's feelings, but I do want to honor the committee's work, and so I think we have a good viable solution. We have a process that we use this time. We'll tweak it and revamp it for next time, but the community gets past that and they get behind and rally behind the name that we pick, and so it's just making the vote and moving forward, and that will happen naturally.
Board members, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call for a vote. If the vote doesn't pass, then we'll move on to the second choice. And if that doesn't pass, then we'll go on from there. Okay? So we currently have the first motion up. What was it? Christine made the first. Who made the second on it? Anna did the second. All right. And so it's for naming elementary school number 29, Carroll North. All those, Carroll and North. All right. All those in favor? Wait, is there any more discussion before I call the vote? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to rush y'all. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 1, 2. And a 5-2 vote, the motion carries. I would like to say, based on our discussion, we need to go back and review how we're going to do this, how we want our committees to work. Are they working the right way?
And then how do we recognize other significant contributors of our community? We have a lot of amazing volunteers, a lot of people who have committed hours and time and service and love to this district. And so how are we going to recognize them? Because one school at a time is not going to cover all the people that we have.
I think, we've talked about some creative solutions, and I think we kind of paused at a point, but I'd love for our policy committee, as we're looking at this, to kind of look at some of those and not only look at our naming, but maybe also gather some data on some ways that we could honor, honor other people in our community.
We have some serious contributors in our community that need to be honored. And so that is definitely something I love the policy committee to look at quickly. Maybe that, and then the next one would be, okay, how do we want to do naming from here on out? So, any other comments? All right, board members, we will now move into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071. Consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding superintendent contract. There will be no action in closed session. We will come out into open for any action. It is 11:23 and now we're going into closed. All right, board members, we are back. It is 12:30 on January 14th. We are back in an open session, and I need some motions.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the superintendent's contract as presented.
All right.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes. All those opposed, please raise your hand. 1 nay. Motion carries. All right, another motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second. Okay. Motion from Anna, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. It is 12:31.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personal additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year. There's 2 of them.
I second. Okay.
One was administrator, one was teacher.
Okay. All right, are we doing okay? All right, motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. No other motions. Board members, before you run out the door, because you're done before 1 a.m., we're not going to do debrief. I'm not going to ask you to go through a quick question. But what I am going to do is say, please put that little sticky dot over there. We're going to use this. Remember, this is in our Team of 8 training, talking about how is our meeting running. So please put the dot on the wall over there. It is 12:31, 12:32. We have no other agenda items before us this evening. Have a great evening. Thank you for so much work and board appreciation. I am so thankful I get to serve with y'all. Thank you, board. Meeting's adjourned.